Ladies and gentlemen, Diamond Podcasting Productions presents The Shoot, a pro wrestling podcast, with your hosts, Dan Burke and Drew McKenzie.
Always an interesting time of year as we have just finished up Memorial Day, a big weekend for wrestling, and now we are officially entering June in the coming hours. So summer is just around the corner in less than 3 weeks away. Good evening, everybody. Good afternoon or good morning, depending on when you're listening to this. I am your host, Daniel Burke of The Shoot, and of course, the official podcast of Pro Wrestling World Talks here on the Diamond Podcast Productions Network, on YouTube, and of course, on Pro Wrestling World Talks site on Spotify and Apple. I am joined as my wonderful co-host put the graphic up at the beginning, Mac, reminding everybody that I have begun my 41st trip around the sun as of today. I have turned the ripe old age of 41, and I am thankful for the little birthday reminder at the beginning of the program. You son of a bitch. Thank you.
You're welcome.
The number of the day is not 41, folks. It's 34. That's all I'm going to say about that. 34, our number of the day.
I heard about this before we went live. Obviously, we didn't get a chance to talk about it in pre-show. But first of all, I'm just gonna say I'm not surprised. But I unfortunately had no time to prepare a graphic for that.
No.
Maybe it's a good thing. Maybe it's a bad thing, depending on your perspective. But I wish I had something prepared for it.
The less said, the better.
I agree.
On this subject.
Because we've already had the conversation with somebody else.
Right, but also, considering we're on a public forum, the last thing I want to do is to rile anybody up, except AEW fans, because I'm not afraid of them. But maybe in the political spectrum and the geopolitics spectrum, you know, there's some people I don't want to deal with and people that I don't want to get a visit from. And if you're somebody that's hosting on another program that I used to be on, I don't want the state police or anybody else showing up at my door. But, you know.
So, ironically enough, while I was pulling some sound bites earlier from what we discussed in pre-show, I saw he was live, and I was a little surprised. But I think he has found his niche, I'll say it that way, and good for him.
Good for him.
We can leave it there.
Should we?
Yes.
Should we?
Yes.
I mean,
we got a lot to talk about this week.
Should we really? I mean, you know, like, because that's the thing. Like, right. It's just.
I'm just gonna play a sound for you that it's live sound.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I feel about that conversation.
All right. I will.
Dan has now deferred that conversation for another time.
I have, maybe when some dust settles, I guess.
I think that's a good idea. Listen, I think we have enough to talk about from this past weekend, especially going into the rest of the week, that we don't have to spend or waste, as it were, time on that conversation, I feel like. Maybe post-show.
Even though I really want to.
Maybe post-show, yeah.
I really want to. Like, I really kind of, you know, want to put it all out there, considering the fact that, you know, we did business for a number of years. But I think you're killing me right now because I know you're making the sound decision.
I know I am.
I know you are. But at the same time, my emotion and my attitude towards the situation is really kind of just like, do it.
So listen, I'm not going to disagree with you. It's kind of hit a fever pitch for me as well because of just reasons, effing reasons. I'm going to try not to swear too much. But
yes, because my mom would appreciate it. I know.
I know. I actually had her in mind when I said it.
Yes.
I think that it was an unceremonious ending that I don't think any, whether it be you, obviously, whether it be him, whether it be me, whether it be anybody else, an unceremonious ending to, in my opinion, a good thing. And even taking that a step further to the current state of events, or current state of affairs, whatever you want to call it, it's almost like the same thing, but worse.
Well, it's just the the problem that I have with this, and the problem that why this is personal, is just because of the fact that it's blatant disrespect on one person's part towards someone that I would call a long-term friend of over 20 years. And the fact is that when you're going through trials and tribulations in life, you tend to know who your friends are.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, this situation, recently that I went with, I was actually just checking in my messages to make sure that you weren't messaging me privately to being like, no,
but I'm because trying. If we want to edit it out, we could just do that.
Yes, but at the same time, I'm probably not, because of the fact that it's just one of those. And I'm not trying to draw attention to him, because you know what, good for him. He's found his niche, and I'm glad for him in that end. But as far as everything else, it's just. There's just some disrespectfulness that has gone on that has really kind of bothered me to the state of that I even have to address it. He probably doesn't even think about it. But on me, when you're dealing with somebody that you've been friends with for over 20 years and you feel like that they're kind of just thumbing their nose at you, you have a little bit of reason to be pissed off. So that's where I'll leave that. But at the same time, it's like I just felt like that, considering the fact that, and that's where I'll leave it. I don't want to dive too much into it. I don't even know if he watches his program, so let alone if he's not catching the idea or the hint. It's just one of those deals of
where we're talking about.
Yeah, it's just everybody's just like, what the hell are they talking about?
Just watch last week's show and you'll figure it out.
Yes.
Especially the first hour and a half. You'll
it's just it's just the blatant disrespect is what's bothering me, and it's also something where it's crossed the line of it's crossed the line with me. And to be quite honest, it's just one of those. Somebody asked me, they're like, "Is this something you think you could probably get over with him?" And I'm like, probably not. This is in cardinal sin territory, in my opinion. I'm a lot of things on this planet, but I try to intend to be someone that when shit hits the fan, I'm somebody that you can rely on. And apparently, I thought someone that I used to do such great business with and had a very good working relationship going back to college doesn't feel the same way. And that's fine. And he probably doesn't even think about it, and he probably doesn't even care to address the situation, which is fine. That's his choice. He's made his decision. Address it on this program. I'm not going to completely throw you under the bus. I'm not going to name you by name because, number one, I don't want to be found liable. And at the same time, it's just because he's just someone I think that would take me in private litigation if he wanted to. Think that I'm slandering him because I'm not really doing any of that. I'm being very vague. But I am saying, and if he hears this and this situation, of the fact is that it really bothers me. This has really bothered me. It is something that it has dug at me. It is easily one of the worst things someone I think of that I consider a really good friend could have done. And that's why I'm addressing it. And it's more or less too, because this person hasn't reached out and hasn't seemed to care about the situation. And the thing is that I have everything bottled up. I choose not to talk to him and address up on why this is bothering me, because at the same time, he didn't show me the same respect. So doing this here is my way of getting this all out there and being able to move on with my life. And because the fact is that if he did reach out, I believe it's too late. If he did reach out and try to make amends and realize of the situation that he screwed up in, then yeah, and because somebody asked me, they said, would you be able to forgive him? And I said, probably not. Because this is one of those deals where it's just, we had a very good working relationship. I was on that program for almost 5 years, consistently. And I was one of the better performers on that program. I was at least one or two on most every episode up until you joined up. Then it was.
I was going to say, good cover, bro.
then I was fighting for first, second, and third. But and then I think when and I hate to say this, and I hate to kind of put that out there, but I feel like that when I went to go work for Pro Wrestling World, that person got a little pissed off. And I kind of felt like that the relationship kind of changed from that perspective of it. And if I'm going too deep and too personal, I don't really give a crap at the moment. See, Mom, I am trying. I am more or less just putting this out there now because I have a forum. And I also have the ability to kind of say, because he does too. He's always had a forum, and he's always had it. And he's able to say what he wants to say. He probably hasn't addressed me with this situation. The fact is that I need to do this. And Mac tried to tell me not to. And I get that. But I also think that he's understanding that I'm not doing it in the sense of where I'm completely burying this person. I am just addressing my feelings of the situation and putting it out there and trying to be very vague. And I think people can read between the lines if they know who I'm talking about. But the fact is that when I went to work for Pro Wrestling World, I felt like our relationship had changed. I felt like that there was some bit of resentment, and it kind of carried over. And then the abruptness of the ending of the show that we were on, combined with some other factors that were going on, and some comments that were made on and then there was a confrontation that I had with him at one point over I think early, it was either late fall or early winter. We had a kind of a confrontation, and I thought things were good. I thought things were fine. Apparently not. And the fact is that he's where he is and I am where I am. And I'm not trying to look, and he's doing tremendous success right now with what he's doing. I've seen his numbers.
Like I
great
said,
for him.
He found his niche for sure.
Yes, he has. And
100%.
so I'm not knocking him in that sense. But the fact is that when I was going through something, a real heavy situation, a real dark time, there were people that reached out. It wasn't about going to certain events or something like that. If you couldn't make it, you couldn't make it. But it was the fact that the tipping point in this whole situation was when he couldn't reach out, couldn't talk to me, couldn't ask me at least one or two times, because I had multiple messages from multiple people in multiple days of people asking how I was doing and things of that nature. I got nothing. Zero. And then all of a sudden, when Dabney Coleman dies of cancer or of old age, because he was in his fucking 90s, sorry, Mom, I had to let that slip. But he posts about that. And that was it. That was it. That was the last straw and sense of that as far as our friendship, it's over. Gone. You made your choice. You chose to ignore the situation, chose to ignore me. I'm bothered by it. You know, last summer when my brother was diagnosed, you talked to me privately. You said, I'm really bummed out about this. We met, you put it in the graphic. Me and you worked on the graphic. We were putting up trying to find the right ribbon for lung cancer. And then all of a sudden, 9 months later, when things fell to where they did, where were you? Where were you? And I know you have siblings. And if you went in the same boat, I'd be there for you. But you weren't for me. And it wasn't about going to the services. You couldn't go to the services, fine. But you couldn't take time out of your day to see how I was. But when Dabney Coleman dies, you make a post about it. Come on. Come on. And I'm supposed to, and look, it's like Michael Jordan. And I took that personally. I took this personally. I took this very personally. I don't wish ill will on you. I don't wish the same things that I have had to go through on anybody. But at the same time, I don't want to deal with you. So if this gets back to you, or you see this and realize that I made a terrible mistake, it's too late. You bottomed out. You bottomed out.
You died on the vine. You petered out.
You died on the vine. You petered out. Where's the fucking money?
Don't tell me shit about the economy.
This is my way of putting it to rest, because the fact is it's been eating at me for a while. I'm going through grief, hard emotions for the last 2 weeks. 2 or 3 weeks. It's all really a blur now, to be honest.
I was going to say it blends together.
Yeah. It's like it's been 3 weeks or so that it's just been constant angst, depression, and things of that nature. And you couldn't even take the time out of your day to just be like, how you doing? You couldn't even do that. But Dabney Coleman dies. Dabney Coleman dies, though. It's like, oh, guy who hasn't done shit in 10 years. Maybe longer.
I was going to say probably longer.
He was in some good stuff, don't get me wrong.
He was,
but still,
absolutely.
It's like, I mean, but not a hey. Yeah, no, it's just. He's probably pissed too because I didn't tell him. But the fact is that this stuff started in like a 3-day, 4-day span.
Well, so hold on. So the one thing I'm going to say is, because I obviously am privy to the situation, but how do you tell somebody that kind of bad news on their fucking birthday?
Right. I couldn't do it. I couldn't bring myself to do it.
And I don't blame you for that.
No, I just couldn't. Like, I couldn't just bring the heavy, like, it's like, oh, my brother died. Happy birthday, by the way. Like, how the fuck am I going to, like, you can't bring that to someone. And if he doesn't realize what I was trying to do, then I don't know what to tell him. And I'm not going to tell him because we're never going to have a conversation again. It's over. Like, don't try. You know, if you try to reach out to anybody and be like, can I talk to Dan? It's not going to happen. Don't reach out to Mac, because Mac's just, I'm telling you now, I don't want to hear from him. It's too late. The horses left the barn. It's over. We're done. So watch this, absorb it, realize what happened. I wish you tremendously in your success. I hope you do great. If we see each other, cross paths, hey, how are you? Fine. But it's over. I don't want to know. I don't care your opinion on stuff. I'm done. And that's all I got to say. We'll move on to some other stuff, but it's just, I needed to get that out.
Before we move on, I'm going to sum this up pretty quickly, right?
I mean, what the fuck is that? Like, what is that?
And now we can move on.
Yes. The last thing I will say.
Oh, Jesus.
The last thing I will say. The very last thing is, like, I still can't believe it. Like, of all people on the planet that I expected to do this, he was not one of them. He wasn't one of them. Like, he wasn't even in the realm. Like, it's just, when you have other friends that don't even like the guy, asking
where he is, yeah.
Where he is.
Ironically,
you fucked up.
Ironically, a lot of them were asking me, too. And I was like, I don't know what to say. I have to, like, awkwardly shrug, as it were, because I have no idea. And it was a couple people that had said it to me. Like, you haven't talked to him? No. Like, it's not my place to be able to be like, hey, I told one person, and that was a friend who did show up.
Yeah.
And he had an hour-plus drive to get there.
Yeah.
And he was there, and this other person that we're talking about was not.
Nope.
And I am not in the same mind of you. I don't need to be, though, because this didn't happen to me. But if he was to come to me, I'd be like, dude, you messed up. Like, just plain and simple. You messed up.
No, it's just, I'm a loyal guy. Very loyal.
Why do you think I was there?
Exactly.
Like,
I have strict loyalties. I think I know I'm a great friend because shit dies with me.
Dan, you and I have been friends for over 20 years.
Yeah. And it's and I've been friends with the majority of my people. There's some people that do not talk to each other, that are certain groups that I've been friends with for over 20 years. And there are a lot of outlier pockets. Like, it's just that we were friends at one time, they're not friends anymore. And I'm still friends with some of those people, and vice versa. This was one of those things that was like, wow. Like, and it was noticeable. It was, and there was a lot of people that and I mean, even Pro Wrestling World, who I have been working with them for, God, it's over almost 2 years now. When I told them what was happening, they were just like, we're your family. We love you. And I've known them for less than 2 years. But they have showed me more appreciation and more love than this person that I have known for over 20. And it just boggles my mind, because I worked with this guy for over 5 years on the other platform. I was one of his most consistent people to work with. I helped him produce that program. And then he didn't even discuss that he was ending it weekly. He just ended it abruptly. And then which, to be quite honest, I was happy with, because the content that he was going towards was not something I was really wanted my name associated with, because
reasons.
When you're working for something legitimate like Pro Wrestling World, the last thing you want to be entwined with is something that is controversial, or something that has to do with law enforcement or something like that. And good on you. I'm glad for you that you finally hit the admiration and respect that you wanted. You've got that. Good for you. But at what fucking cost? At the end of the day, when all this is over, is then when the dust clears and then you finally realize, oh, maybe I can start getting back together with my friend. No. And it's not just me. There's others involved. Because that little group chat section that for so long was so busy is now going to die off.
Pretty sure it already has.
Yeah. And now it's just like, because no one's going to want to talk to him after this. And it's not like I'm going around and I'm bashing him to people. There's only a couple people that I have talked with about this situation.
Oh.
So if you think that I've gone around and I've bashed you publicly, I haven't at all. And I haven't even used your name once on this program. But I'm taking the time and the effort. Well, not tonight. But at this not tonight. But at the same time, it's something I just feel I wanted to address because it's been bothering me for weeks. Because and people could say, well, you're being hypersensitive because of what you're going through. Yeah, I understand that. I understand that completely.
So hold on. I agree with that, but I think it needs to be said again, and it's something you already said once, and I'll be the one to repeat it. When you go through something like you have gone through, where it's a tragic event, a stressful event, sometimes a combination thereof, obviously, you said that you learn who your friends truly are. And I think that's so important to say, not even just in the context of this conversation, but for a lot of people listening that go through like mental health events, that have mental health issues, whether it be something like this that triggers them or anything really, like any amount of stress, any amount of anxiety. When you go through things like this, you learn truly who those friends really are. And I am not going to continue the conversation further other than saying it's unfortunate that you had to learn this way.
I told people 2 years ago when I found out after the work I was putting in on the other show and the felt that my confidence was really growing. I told people, I said, I want to get with a legitimate wrestling news source. I want to work for, and lo and behold, I did. And I feel like that changed things between him and I, because I felt like that there was
jealousy.
Well, I feel like that there was that. I felt like that there was some animosity because but at the same time, I told everybody that's what I wanted to do. Like, it wasn't like I just fell into it. It's just, I made it known. I made it well known to people that that's what I wanted to do. And I did it.
You know what I noticed too, by the way, and you and I haven't had this conversation yet, so we can have it here, which I think will be a little bit telling to the conversation that we're having, obviously. But I think that another downfall is when I'm filling in for John in this capacity.
Oh, yeah.
That he's jealous of that too. I don't know that for sure, but from kind of the vibe I got from him, he was aware of it and he was a little not too happy about it.
Did you?
It was a vibe. He didn't say anything. It was just a vibe.
He didn't dress you? Okay.
No.
Well.
Wait, did he with you?
No, he didn't.
I was going to say.
I am going to, well, no, we never had that conversation. I am going to say, though, that the reason why he didn't get pulled into that position is because he tends to think that
he's the boss.
Yeah.
Yep.
And here, he's not.
Right.
And I'm not saying that I am either. But...
Well, I'm fucking not, so...
Well,
Somebody's the boss, we promise.
But at the same, somebody is the boss. But at the same time, it's just I got balls again. Like it just like I used to think I was okay with him being the boss and him, you know, in his hosting and things of that nature. But after a while, and after you do this for a while, and after your confidence is back, and after things fall into place the way that they should, because you know you're good, and you know you have talent, you know you have things to kind of offer or to offer organizations, and you reach that goal because you told people that that's what you were going to do, and you did it. It wasn't like I sat there and I told him and I just and I stole this opportunity from him. It wasn't like he went for it and I just took it from him. I made it well known to people that this is what I wanted to do. And I did it. And if he couldn't handle that that's what happened to me and it didn't happen to him, that's not my fault. That's him.
How dare you?
You know, it's like,
how dare you?
It's
how could you?
You know what it is? It's like the CM Punk Colt Cabana situation. I just feel like that's what it is. It's like I'm the one having to address it. It's like literally that's what I feel like right now. I'm Punk Tony Khan sitting now to my left, and I'm sitting here eating muffins, and I'm having to explain to the situation. I haven't been friends with this guy since 2013, maybe 2014. I don't know. And what the fuck is that? Like, what is that? It's not like, you know, I never got paid a dime for working with him. I appreciated their exposure. I appreciated the work we did together. But at the same time, it's just, you know, when he ended it, I was upset for the abruptness of it. But at the same time, I was just like, well, because eventually I was going to have to make a choice because it was consistent, but Pro Wrestling World bookings were just really starting to pick up. And it was also around the same time that things in Pro Wrestling World on the podcast side of things just needed to it was going through a bit of reshuffling. And so I needed my kind of time needed to be more committed to that than it would have with where I was on the other one. And, yeah.
I mean, listen, like the other thing is too, like not for nothing, but like this is also around the time when I was just like, hey, I want to branch out. I want to do more.
Yes.
So when he dropped it, I was just like, hey, I think it's about time you and I do our own thing.
Yes.
And that has transitioned to this because now we're on YouTube and on Spotify and Apple Podcasting, excuse me. So, I mean, it has worked very well, I feel like.
It's just like it's just like we're having fun. Like I have fun doing this.
But that's the thing. Like, and I remember the one thing that he said too is that part of the reason he didn't want to do it weekly is the whole like creating the slides and all that stuff. And honestly, for me, that's fun. Like we've seen some of the stuff that I've done, that I've created here, and that, you know, whether it's good or bad, it's just part of the fun that we have doing all of this together. Like some of the stuff I put on the AEW slide that I showed you in pre-production here, just I made those. I had a blast doing it. It's fun, and I'm glad to discover all of that in this process of him dropping his weekly show. And yeah, did it suck at first? Absolutely, but there were, in his mind, perhaps good reasons for that, and I feel like good things for all of us, him included, have come from that. And that's where I'll leave it, at least, because I don't think there's anything else to say.
There really isn't. You know, I feel a lot better by addressing this, to be quite honest. I know there's probably some that are just like, this is uncomfortable, but at the same time, I don't think I'm trying to make...
Talk about fucking wrestling already!
Yeah, I know, but at the same time, it's just like, look, folks, sometimes this stuff, it just, you need to, when you can't talk about it with the other person because you don't want to have the conversation.
You talk about it on a podcast with your best friend instead.
Yeah, exactly. You address it publicly. So that way maybe he hears it or it gets back to him and then he can realize, oh shit. No, but the fact is that this matter is now closed. As Bar Giamatti said, the matter of Mr. Rose is now closed. it's over. We can now talk about wrestling and such. But I just want to let everybody else know that this was fucking needed. I needed this. This was my therapy. This was for me to put it all out there and for me to just feel better.
You know what? Let us know in the comments too, whether it be on YouTube or on our Facebook pages on Pro Wrestling World, the Pro Wrestling World. If you've ever been stuff like this, if you've been through it, whether it be somebody who you finally saw them for who they were, whether it be you going through mental health issues and that happened, let us know. And we haven't really done that in a while. We address the listeners too, because despite talking about personal things and emotional things, I think it's a good platform to actually talk about them and not just talk about wrestling sometimes. But having said that, now we will talk about wrestling.
Well, it is also the shoot, so I also need to be able to somewhat be able to.
That's true.
So it was good to start out the program with that. I feel a lot better being able to address it, and I think that's all that matters, because now I won't think about it.
Well, I just cracked another beer, so I'm feeling nice right now, man. Anyway.
2 beers.
Yep, deuces.
3 beers.
What?
4 beers.
What?
5 beers.
What?
A margarita.
What?
Taco.
Oh, tacos. That sounds good. I can't say what to that. You hit my pain point. So yeah, a lot happened this weekend. We had King and Queen of the Ring, and I called it Crown Jewel about 50 times when I was searching for pictures. We had Double or Nothing.
That's in November. Do you have a time machine, sir?
I might.
Do you already know what's going to happen in November?
I might.
God damn it.
So we also had Double or Nothing. We also had some weekly shows. We're not going to get too deep into the weekly shows. I figure we talk about them kind of holistically.
Well, we'll talk about NXT, though.
That's on the docket.
We shall talk about NXT.
That is on the docket. Don't worry.
That is the only real weekly show. And Okada being awesome, but that's besides the point.
Well, we'll get to that too when we get to AEW. Why don't we start with WWE? We'll just jump right into King and Queen of the Ring review. So I have
the Blood Money Show.
The Blood Money Show. So I have the winners up on the screen right now. I started with the pre-show, obviously, given where it was. Candice LeRae and Indy Hartwell against the women's tag team champions.
The way.
Yeah, the female way.
The way.
The female way that lost. Bianca Belair and Jade Cargill in the pre-show retain and beat Candice LeRae and Indy Hartwell. Any thoughts?
I love their finisher.
That was sick.
That was a sick finisher.
Jade looked good in this match.
She really did.
If we look at the last match, last PLE she was in, there was definitely some botching going on her end. I love that the commentary. I believe it was Corey Graves called out the fact that Bianca pushed Jade out of the way at the end for the cover.
Yes.
But all in all, not a bad match. That finishing sequence was sick. I'd love to see that again. Hopefully they can do it again. If there's any news to Bianca being pregnant, it has not been addressed. I will say that.
So I think that was maybe just a rumor, but at the same time, the thing about it is with X now, I mean, anybody can have a verified account. So
that's true.
And you get you get bit now more than you get like when sometimes with these things, because I remember when WWE was first put up to sale, there was a whole night. I think that like the first night, someone reported that WWE was going to be sold to the Saudi government, and there was just a giant, massive depression all night by wrestling fans. Like it literally was just like, what are we going to do with it?
Well, the Disney one was a big one too.
No, the Disney one, I think I was coping with the Disney idea of it, just because of the fact it was going to be really funny down the line when,
Alexa Bliss was a Disney princess.
Yes. Like Rhea Ripley is a Disney princess. We'd just be like, okay. But you know, and then all of a sudden you'd be like, "Hi, I'm Roman Reigns. And you're watching Disney Channel. Acknowledge me," shit like that. And then, the Undertaker's showing up like dressed up as Goofy, or like Goofy's dressed up as the Undertaker. Stuff like that we all would have just been like, because I would have kind of just been laughing hysterically at the idea of it, but at the same time, there would have been a kind of cool aspect of it that now it's Marvel, Star Wars, and WWE under the Disney umbrella.
Yeah, man.
It didn't happen, but it was still, I thought that would have been kind of cool. So I don't know if this Bianca thing is real or anything yet at this point. I think that it's still kind of like a wait and see, because again, it's like you can hide stuff with being in a tag team. You don't have to take that many bumps.
I don't think that she needs to hide it depending on who she's facing.
Yeah.
I thought her and Piper Niven was a little bit out of pace for both of them because Piper was playing it down and wanted to protect her too.
Right.
With Nia, that ended in disqualification, and for what we got before that, I felt was okay. It was not a long match, but it didn't need to be for how it ended.
Right.
And then transitioning from those two single matches into the pre-show here with this match against Indy Hartwell and Candice LeRae, I thought she looked good.
Yes.
I thought she looked a lot better than the last PLE she was at.
I felt, even though with the finish for that Backlash match, I thought she hit it perfectly when she was able to.
Yeah, she saved herself there. Don't get me wrong.
She saved herself there. Like, there are moments like, yes, there's some things where I'm like, okay, is she definitely. The thing about it is that you look at 6-month progression, right?
Yep.
And you look at
100%.
where she started with AEW, and then you looked a couple months later. Yeah, there were little signs of improvement, but it wasn't like anything major. Now I think with WWE, they did the absolute right thing. They signed her. They let it be known they signed her. They debuted her, I think, perfectly at the Royal Rumble. And then
absolutely.
just put her in tag matches. Let her get her feet wet. Let her debut at WrestleMania, like in an actual match, in a tag match.
You're going to boost her confidence, is I think where you're going with that.
Boost her confidence.
And I 100% agree.
You boost her confidence, but also at the same time, she's getting timing down because she's teaming up with one of the best talents on the roster in Bianca. And the fact that there's so many girls in that company, like, it's not, the WWE is not as cutthroat as it used to be, because now it's about the banner of the company. And it's not as selfish as it once was, where certain talents would cut your legs out from under you if they felt like that you were getting beyond a certain point, like the Bella Twins. But
it's Garcia. It's Garcia. Come on.
According to WWE, they're the Bellas, because they own the copyright. The fact that it's not like that anymore. Like, they all want to see everybody do well. And that's reassuring, because this industry can be very catty on the women and men's side. And
I don't want to cut you off here, but it's telling that we're talking about this, because Cody has used this in his promos recently about Logan Paul. We'll talk about that match later. And he says it's a team. And he's been saying that even before that it's a team. And I gotta tell you, man, when he says it, it makes you think a little bit, because you're 100% right. If this was even a few years ago,
decade ago even,
not even, I feel like in some cases, but true, decade plus, yeah, definitely, but even a few years ago, right, it felt like exactly like you said, where it's, no, I know what's better because I've been here longer. It's no, I'm going to bury you because I'm the bigger talent, and so many other things that we could say about the previous history of the industry, and guys using their star power, especially guys, but even the girls using their star power to kind of overturn certain, we'll say, business decisions to put certain talent or other people over, and how that's gone for them. And I remember documentaries talking about Scott Hall, and he put, X Pac, 123 Kid, whatever you want to call him at the time. Obviously, it was 123 Kid over. They wanted to put Razor over. They wanted to squash him. He was like, no, not doing that. And they said, yes, you are, until he got to the ring, and he did it anyways.
No, the apparently that story was about Jericho. It wasn't about 123 Kid, because I guess Vince had the idea for 123 Kid was going to beat him. The whole idea of Vince was just like, look.
I mean, that's not how Scott Hall put it, but who knows?
Because I saw a recent interview with Scott Hall. It was like 2007-ish, around that, where he was talking about Vince was the one who came up with the idea of, oh, he's going to beat you, and then he's going to, because the idea was to get Razor to be a babyface, because Razor was already at that point crossing over.
Right.
So that's what led him to kind of become a babyface. But, even back then, the mid-'90s, it was still kind of teamish, because everybody was still kind of, but it's still, again, because of the clique, you had these top five guys, but you also had the faction with, I can't remember, the BKM, the Bone, whatever the hell it was.
Right, yeah.
But it, Taker, Yoko, the Samoan guys, all that stuff, they were kind of together. You really don't have that now, because it's just, and that it's brand loyalty, especially because you look at the other side too, like where everybody is kind of, they're for the locker room. They really are. And from an aspect of it, I mean, CM Punk can sit there and say, well, I'm here to not make friends. I'm here to make money, which is true. But at the same time, you're all making money, because now the money's better because it's a TV product. So you're all making like top guy money.
But I think might not, even saying that, and again, I'm sorry to cut you off, but it's telling, because you see CM Punk in the back at WWE, and he's smiling. He's like hugging Cody. Yeah. He's making jokes with Jackie Redmond. It's fun, and you can see it on his face. Yeah, he might be there to make money, but he still has friends there. He is able to fall in with them much differently than these hungry guys in AEW that are fighting for TV time. Let's be real. We all know that's happening.
Oh, yeah.
We can talk about NXT, like you said, and that's a part of it, too.
Well, yeah, because that's what has led to some things that have happened this week with NXT. Which
not just that, but yeah,
that there's a few things going on with NXT right now that AEW should be worried about.
Yes,
but the fact is that Vince McMahon cultivated a culture of keeping everybody on edge, keeping everybody on their toes, which I think brought that locker room to be more hostile than it should have been. And
morale,
the morale was just terrible. It was in the shitter.
Yep.
And on the other side, it's kind of like that, because morale is terrible.
Different reasons.
For different reasons.
Yeah.
But now it's like with WWE, it's like everybody's on the same page. It's just everybody is happy for each other. Everybody's excited. And because they're looking at it from, well, if the company does well, then we're going to do well. And that's exactly what's happened. Because you think about the amount of money that they're bringing in, but you also think I have never seen a wrestling company with this much talent all smiling and happy. Like, it's just everybody's happy. Everybody wants to see each other do well. Everybody's looking at the numbers, and they're just like, broke another record, broke another record, broke another record. Where it was never like this in any company that I can remember. Never. Because WCW, everybody was trying to cut their heads off. WWF in the 80s and 90s was pretty much just like, if Hogan was going to cut your legs out from you because he just wanted to stay on top. And for a while that worked. And then in the early 90s, it was just like, it's kind of, we're getting to that point. And he even tried to do it again in 93 with Brett. Well, he did do it again in 93.
He did do it. Yeah, I was going to say.
And he did it in WCW on numerous occasions. John Cena did it. You look at what he did to the Nexus in 2010. Cut everybody out. And that was like an entire roster of talent. He pretty much just cut everybody's legs out from him. Wade Barrett never recovered. There's a reason why now he's just doing commentary. I'm surprised he even went back to that company. Because of just the fact of that he could have been a real main player, but then Cena was just like, I should go over. And Vince was considered and just said, this is what we're going to do.
It's funny you mentioned Wade Barrett because Drew McIntyre on Raw used him in his promo. He used him, he used Fit Finlay, and a couple other UK talent that never held the title. And I almost wish he had that promo on SmackDown for Wade Barrett to actually have a comment about that. But just all in all, I don't hate the comment. I think it's 100% accurate. And Wade Barrett, I think, is just collecting a paycheck. But I don't hate him for it because Wade Barrett, regardless, is a phenomenal talent on the mic just as much he was in the ring.
I mean,
I love him on commentary.
I love him. He's great. I always, and he was, when he was Bad News Barrett, I loved him too. I thought that was hilarious with the podium that would just rise 25 feet in the air. Well, I'm afraid I've got some bad news. And it made me pop every time. But the fact is that it was cultivated a culture of angst, of anxiety, of just hating going to work. And, to be fair, there are times where, Hogan was right on certain occasions when not to put guys over. There were certain occasions where he was 100% right. He should have said, fuck you, I'm not putting Warrior over. He should have, because Vince was the only one that saw anything in him. But fast forward 7 years later, you absolutely lay down for Sting. You just do it. You don't try to come in with no. This is the right call.
Creative control, brother.
He came in and was just like, that doesn't work for me. And Bischoff could tell me that he's blue in the face. He never executed his creative control. You're lying.
Yeah, you're definitely lying.
I love you, Bischoff. And I love Hogan still. But you're lying. The fact is that 1, 2, 3, it's over. Cena did it on several occasions. Even Steve Austin did it. He didn't want to work with Jeff Jarrett because he held personal animosity because of the fact that his dad pretty much starved him out when he worked for the USWA. I don't blame him. But at the same time, I don't know. Jarrett and Austin could have been a cool feud. But I get it. Like, in the end, I get it.
Yeah, I don't hate that we never got that feud.
No.
Because we got other ones in its place. We got Angle and Jarrett and TNA. So, I mean, I don't hate it. It's just...
And if he didn't want to work with Owen Hart, if Owen Hart had lived long enough for the idea to be a program, I would have understood that too.
Yeah.
Because it just would have been like, no, he doesn't want to fucking do it. I don't blame him.
Yeah.
It's hard. It's hard. This industry is tough. because guys cradle to their spot. They don't want to give up the main event scene. I get it. It's a lot of money you're giving up. It's the prestige of it. It's everything of it. That's why so many of these guys, they hang around forever. And then you got guys like Randy Orton. You got guys in this, like AJ Styles, that just love doing this. They don't care where they are. They don't care if they're losing. They just want to be able to contribute. And that's what this locker room has become. And it's so refreshing because you look at somebody like Jade Cargill, where if this was 10 or 15 years earlier, no one would have brought her up. They would have let her drown. But they're not doing that this time. And it is refreshing. It is refreshing that everybody now wants to make the company better. It's not about their own brand, it's about the company brand in itself. Because they look at it from, they have so much reach and everywhere around the world. I could end up on a Disney project or a Marvel project or a Star Wars project or anything for that matter, a Walking Dead project. They could be calling me for tomorrow. I mean, Roman Reigns is going to be doing a movie with Keanu Reeves, for Christ's sake.
And moving on. Yeah, so again, just keeping score here. It's on the slide anyways, but Bianca Belair, Jade Cargill retained the Women's Tag Team Championships against Indy Hartwell and Candice LeRae. That was in the pre-show. Moving into the main card itself for King and Queen of the Ring, we started with the Women's World Championship, Becky Lynch versus Liv Morgan. And apparently, some stupidity, I'll say it that way, for reasons that we'll discuss later when we talk a little bit about Raw this week.
Dominic, you idiot!
Yep, Dominic Mysterio gets involved. And as you can see on the slide, if you're looking at it, Liv Morgan is your new Women's World Champion as of Saturday at King and Queen of the Ring. And since we're going to discuss Raw later, I might as well say it now. There was a cage match on Raw for a rematch from the PLE. So just a regular cage, not a Hell in a Cell, obviously, for those uninitiated ones. And Dominic also got involved, as did Judgment Day, as did the Monster of All Monsters, and Liv retains. And when we discuss Raw, I also have a picture of the aftermath of that, so to speak. Yeah. Because I think it's important to discuss that a little bit. But again, as of Saturday at King and Queen of the Ring, your new Women's World Champion is Liv Morgan.
Well, I think this is the story has already been kind of set up for Liv and Rhea. I mean,
well, obviously.
But also, it's because I told you, and I've said on many occasions, this is setting up for Rhea to come back as a monster babyface. This is because she was already at that
fine.
point. It's exactly what's going to happen with Roman Reigns. It's the fact of that they were such these monstrous heels that they were so over anyways that when they come back, they're just going to be beloved by these people. Because no one was really booing Rhea. No one was.
I put them both that you just said, Rhea Ripley and Roman Reigns, in this category with Okada that we discussed in pre-show a little bit, that I have something for later, that it doesn't matter if they're a face or a heel. They're just so over that it just doesn't matter. It doesn't.
No, it doesn't. At all. And that's where we're at. I mean, that's why things are the way they are, because Liv Morgan is also someone that has been kind of like a beloved character for so long. People have really pushed for her to get her shot at being a world champion, and now everybody hates her fucking guts.
Because everybody loved Rhea.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like this freak accident happened where it's really not her fault, but I told her. And I said in this program, I said, look, it's like I'm sitting here. Oh, I told her in a conversation. No, all I said was I said, she's got to make this work and she's got to make it work for herself. And that's what she's done. She's turned a negative and made it a fucking huge positive. Because now she's on one of the top stories on Raw. And the fact that it's now become this Dominic Mysterio is in a love triangle storyline, and he's the center. Like, who would have had that on their bingo card in 2024 for professional wrestling? And it's also another reason to just hate his guts.
You're
just
it's
like
funny
really.
Though. Hold on, it's funny though because I sent it to you and one of our friends in a chat, and it was one of those ones where it's this one was a meme, obviously, so, but it's one of those pictures where you see like their accomplishments, where like X amount of championships, regardless of what it is, the pictures of it, and for Dom, it's 1-time SmackDown Tag Team Champion, 2-time North American Champion in NXT, and then 1-time Rhea, 1-time Liv. So it's telling because, in that conversation, we were talking about it, and we had talked about this before as well on numerous occasions, whether it be on here or other platforms, as we talked about earlier.
Yeah.
That, we all hate Dominic, but man, he's turned into this like monster heel at this point. And it's not even the fact that he's a monster heel, it's the fact that people just love to hate him.
I think it's just, and he's played up to it too, because it's like he does it with his haircut, his beard. It's like he just looked like somebody you just want to punch him in the face. And he's so hateable. But now you have him involved in this triangle with like the most desired women in the company. 2 of the most desired women in the company. And you're just like, but it's Dominic. That's what I get from all of it. It's just like, but it's Dominic. It's not like he's. It's not even like it's Finn Balor, right? Because Finn Balor you can make an argument that there's a lot of like I've seen those. Everybody's seen that meme. That sign of that girl where talking about her face and Finn Balor. Everybody has seen that sign in that meme, at least in the internet wrestling community. And Finn Balor's not even involved in the situation. It's Dominic Mysterio in a love triangle. What? Like, how is this even like? Well, Visser was involved in one, but it just.
But okay, but I was gonna say actually the last one that I vividly remember was Dolph Ziggler, Otis, and Mandy Rhodes.
Yes.
And that felt fun.
That did feel fun.
This feels weird.
It does. It feels so weird because the Otis thing. It was like you're rooting.
You're rooting for Otis, just like you are now.
Yes, because the thing about that has worked terribly, and in the past as well. Because you look at because they've done this with Lana, who they did it with Dolph Ziggler and Lana and Rusev. They did it with Bobby Lashley, Lana, and Rusev, and every time it was cringy. But they put Mandy Rose in there with Otis and Dolph Ziggler, and they pull it off. Like, she plays her part well.
And the talent absolutely in real life loves Otis.
Oh, yeah.
She loves the guy.
And it's amazing, too, because Otis now, and we'll get to more on Otis later, it's just, he's also in another category of two, where the thing about it is that people love Otis. Like, he's over, and it's not like, they're going to put him in a position now where he's going to be a top babyface. Because once he finally steps on, can't wait.
Yeah, man. Yep.
But it's so interesting with this love triangle stuff, and we'll get more into Becky later.
It feels weird.
Yeah.
Because he's helping Becky Lynch.
Yeah.
Even that part feels weird.
Yeah, it's just like they're a heel faction, but he's trying to make the baby face to like what? Like what is that? And it's just, but then there's more to it. Like you just think that he's still conflicted or his things, there's so many things in the end that we're going to finally figure out down the line.
We'll talk about that a little bit later. But speaking of Otis or Otis, we will talk next about the Intercontinental Triple Threat match. Sami Zayn, Big Bronson Reed, and Chad Gable.
This match was crazy.
So speaking of Otis, we'll just get that part out of the way now, I figure, since we're already talking about him. Otis very conflicted in this match, as he's out there in support of Chad Gable. And as Chad Gable would say on Raw, cost him the match, and I actually kind of agree a little bit. Otis goes in for a clothesline on the outside and accidentally, quote unquote, misses hitting Sami Zayn and hits Chad Gable, which enabled Sami to get back in the ring, get a haluva kick on Big Bronson Reed, and retains the Intercontinental Championship. However, to just go back to the match itself and not just the finish, obviously, this was indeed a crazy match, as you said.
Yeah. I'm
watching this. I'm just sitting here like, holy shit. Start to finish, just a lot of action, a lot going on. The double ankle lock I thought was a great spot. Whoever produced that's a genius. Just saying. Just all around good match.
It's amazing how Sami has been able to kind of keep the importance of the Intercontinental Championship because he just keeps having tremendous matches. I did not expect that Sami was going to walk out with the title. And then I just remembered, I'm like, wait a minute. Oh, jeez. And then, of course, because he's almost like a babyface in that town, like a massive babyface. So I should have figured out that that's what... I should have figured out that, like, oh yeah, he's probably going to win.
So hold on. So let's talk a little bit about that real quick before we move on to anything else. So King and Queen of the Ring being broadcast from Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Sami is Muslim, and Sami is of Syrian descent, which completely different country north of Israel, I believe. Mm-hmm. And this is only, as far as I can remember, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but it's only his second time actually in a Saudi Arabia match.
I believe so, yes. So
the fact that last year he came out, I believe, with KO, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
And was speaking Arabic last time as well. I felt ingratiated himself with the crowd very well, just based on those factors alone. I think because of that, yeah, and truthfully, he's the only babyface in the match. Can't really count Otis. So, I mean, there are those factors as well. You're like, shit, I can't argue that.
I can't argue it, and then plus Steph just came in, so I'm waiting to get hit with something.
Okay. Where is it? Oh, there it is.
The birthday cake cream pie.
B5.
Yeah,
hit. You suck my battleship.
What? No, I'm just repeating it back to you because I'm high.
Dan Burke, ladies and gentlemen, he'll be here all week.
Yes, exactly. Did you hear my therapy session to start the program?
What are you bitching about?
Don't say his name.
Okay.
That's a dirty word. You can't say that.
No, yeah, we there was I had to put the hand up quick because I'm just
I know.
Let's not. Yes.
If you're listening, I'm very disappointed in you.
Yes, exactly.
Your mother and I are very disappointed.
Are you? I'm assuming you're going to.
I will.
Okay.
Good night, Stephanie.
I will put the camera down so you can, so that way you can make out with me on.
Oh, hell yeah.
Sexy, like,
yeah,
porno
it is.
music.
Do it. Fix it.
There.
And there's a hand.
There's a hand.
Okay, I'm going back. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Stephanie.
Wow.
Bow, chicka, bow, bow.
Yeah. I mean, maybe I'll get that later for my birthday. Probably not, though.
All right, then. Family-friendly show here on Pro Wrestling World Talk and The Shoot.
She's like, you're getting shit later. I'm going to bed.
Oh, well, I mean, some places you got to pay for that kind of treatment, so.
I got to work on the morning. It's fine.
This got awkward pretty fast.
Yeah, what
Got
can you
awkward
do?
pretty fast. Anyways,
I'm having my birthday cake. Go ahead.
you don't talk about shit than birthday cake, bro. I mean, you just don't do that. You never go ass to mouth, as they would say in Clerks.
That's true.
As he has cake in his mouth, no less. Anyway, yeah, I think this was a good match for what we got out of it. I don't hate it. On Raw, we got a little bit further with this whole Intercontinental Championship run that Chad Gable wants to be on, that he's still not getting, unfortunately. I would not.
Well,
be
I don't know if you
surprised.
heard the news today on that.
What's that?
Chad Gable's contract is up next week.
Next week. Yep. Becky
Yes.
is this week, and Chad is next week. Ironically
Natty
enough,
Neidhart too. Her contract has not been figured out yet.
I think it's next week as well for Natty, right? If I'm not mistaken. It's a couple people. And there was those three, Becky, Chad, excuse me, thinking the Intercontinental title now. And was, as you said in Tally, there's one other person, I don't remember who it was, but their contract is also up. We're actually talking pre-show about how they're letting some of these go a little bit too long. I not going to comment on that right now. We can probably save that for a little bit later. But Sammy somehow finds a way. Sammy retains. This was start to finish a great match. I don't hate it. Do you have anything to add to this that you didn't say already?
No, I don't have a problem with it at all.
All right.
I thought it was a great match.
Okay. So let's jump right into the King and Queen of the Ring. We'll start with the Queen of the Ring since it's first on a slide. Nia Jax versus Lyra Valkyria. Great fucking match.
It was really good. It was really good.
Nia is your 2024 Queen of the Ring.
Well deserved.
Well deserved. I agree. She's been great since she got
Yep.
back. I know people want to comment on that and comment on her looks, but I'm sorry, you're wrong.
You're wrong.
She has been money since she has gotten back. She is now in line to challenge, I believe, if everything holds up,
Bailey.
at SummerSlam. Yep. In Cleveland for the Undisputed Women's Championship, as it were. Whatever they're going to want to call that. I don't know if it's going to be undisputed, but that's what it says on the belt. This is such a great match. Lyra Valkyria, as Corey Graves said, has nothing to walk home disappointed about.
Absolutely
She has
not.
proved herself in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, King and Queen of the Ring, as a top-tier women talent. I will say it that way for reasons. She has proved herself as a talent that should be in any main event. She's phenomenal. Hits that. It was almost like a cross between a bulldog and a DDT on the outside of the ring. She hits that tornado DDT. She's hit it before on multiple people already, whether it be in the main roster, or on this pay-per-view or in NXT, and it's phenomenal to watch, and it's phenomenal to watch it happen on a talent as big, in not so many words, as Nia Jax. I can't say enough good things about this match. It was great from start to finish.
The finish was a little scary, but they pulled it off great. I mean, it looked terrifying on camera. But
you know what? I had to rewatch that.
Same time.
So I had to rewatch that. It's almost as if Nia waited for her legs to not be underneath her,
right?
Because that was the part that scared me. Was the legs, because I saw the legs, because she's trying to get her into a power bomb, is Lyra Valkyria. And as soon as her legs are in front of her is when Nia drops. I don't know if you got to watch it a couple times to pick up on that, but she did it incredibly safely. But watching Corey Graves' reaction was another watch, because Corey is like, holy shit.
Yeah, it looked terrifying, but at the same time, if it needs multiple watches, Max said it perfectly. If you go back and you watch, it is done absolutely to perfection as far as safe is concerned. And
because
a couple of years ago,
watching her trying to go for the power bomb at first, sorry to cut you off, but
no, it's fine.
Watching her try to go for the power bomb, because I remember the finish before anything else, obviously, right? But you have to rewatch it a few times, the ending of this match, because she hits that Annihilator perfectly, number one. But if you rewatch it, the lead up is Lyra is trying to hit a power bomb on her. She can't get her. Can't get her. And then boom, Annihilator. But you have to watch the legs. And the legs are all over the place, like underneath her, underneath Lyra. But as soon as her legs go out is when Nia drops.
Yep.
And I have to say it's perfectly safe. It looks fucking scary.
It does.
But it's safe. And also, I give both of them credit for that.
You got to look at it because, Nia's got a reputation.
She does.
So there is that sense of like, oh, I don't know if I want to do that with her, but the fact that, again, they trust her. They gave her 100% trust in this whole thing. You think of the fact that everybody has gotten behind Nia in her, I think her what you could say, her redemption arc, right? Because, and that's what I feel like she's been on. And the talent's gotten behind her, management's gotten behind her, and I think the fans are going to start to get behind her because she's really good at her job. I think she's a great in-ring talent, and at the same time, she's got the personality for it to just make you hate her. And before you can make the argument that she was pushed because of who she was related to, but I feel like now on her talent and merit alone, she's earned the spot. And I don't think that anybody should really be complaining too much about her being in the position that she's in, because she's improved immensely as a talent. And the fact is that when she comes out, people react. Whether it's bad or good, they react, which there's some talent, unfortunately, on the roster that they don't. And Corey Graves is right. Lyra really does not have anything to be ashamed of. She beat some real top talent clean to get even into the spot that she was in. I'm sure she made a hell of a payday, considering the fact of that when you're in Saudi Arabia performing in front of that country, you're going to make a lot more money. And I'm sure that at the end of the day, she's looking at that paycheck and thinking to herself, this is the most money I've ever seen in my entire life for one night of work. And she earned it. She earned her money. She's going to be able to, the division is going to be hers for the next decade, probably. They see big things in her. I see big things in her. So I think that, from that perspective, I think she's good. And Corey Graves is right. She has nothing really to be ashamed of. Good match all around. What a tournament. I think everybody is a really shocking stuff. And we'll talk about the men's one too, because that was really good too. Both tournaments were excellent. But I feel like the women's side, everybody who performed, Lyra Calgary, everybody that was in this tournament, fantastic job. Like it was perhaps the best Queen of the Ring tournament that they've ever put on. No offense to Zelina Vega, but it's just, and I love Zelina.
We still love her. Yeah.
Yes, but at the same time, it's just, I look at all the talent, I look at all the time that they put into this, they invested in, and the fact that Lyra Valkyria now is a household name. That's all that matters.
Yeah. I mean, there's not much to really add there. The one thing I will say under Hunter in versus, Vince McMahon and that whole conversation that we could have multiple times a year, if not multiple times a month or week, but...
Get your name out of my mouth, pal.
Redacted. It's, the last King of the Ring tournament that they had, the women had maybe all of 19 minutes.
Yes.
This one, that was one match. We talked about that last week. This, truthfully, as you said, is really a redemption arc for Nia Jax. She's come back. She's proven she is worth it. I know everybody from the Royal Rumble to months later on that episode of Raw or SmackDown where she came back to television were like, oh, God, here we go again. But in my opinion, and as well as Roy's from what you said, she has proven herself and proven that she belongs where she is. She is a worker that is willing to work with people. She did the job for Rhea in Australia, and that was a great match. This was a great match despite her not doing a job in winning this match, and I feel like it was absolutely deserved. And she's proven that she deserves to be where she is. You mentioned it, I mentioned it, Corey Graves said that Lyra Valkyria has nothing to be, upset about. 100% correct. 100%. If anything, she proves that she can hang with top-tier talent. Is Nia that top-tier talent? We'll find out at SummerSlam. But moving on to King of the Ring, Gunther versus Randy Orton in what I pegged last week as almost like a dream match for a lot of people. This match absolutely delivered that, in my opinion.
Oh God, I remember as soon as Orton won on Friday, I was just like, thank God, because I'm like, this is what you wanted to see. I think this is what everybody was hoping that this was going to be.
Nobody wanted to see Tama Tonga win.
Nobody, and that's not a shit.
It's not. But it's just he's not established yet at all.
No, and it's just you're going up against. You're talking about a guy who's a 14-time world champion, an absolute legend, and he's going up against perhaps one of the most. Probably the best combination of power, technical ability, and just overall ring presence I have seen in a generation. Gunther just makes everything feel more important by his presence. And that's exactly how I felt.
That first chop, man.
It's just... And you were waiting for it.
Exactly.
Just waiting for it the whole time. You're like, oh, Christ. And just seeing these two, because you again, a year ago, you're hearing the reports about Randy getting his back. When you're talking about a fusion, you don't know how that's going to go. You just don't. Like, you don't know if he's ever going to come back, number one. You don't know if he's going to come back and he's going to be the same. He's the same fucking Randy Orton he was 10 years ago. He's the same Randy Orton was 15 years ago. An extremely consistent performer. And we were able to see a match that I was hoping I was going to be able to see in my lifetime. But at the same time, when Randy Orton had left, Gunther was probably going to be was in a different space because of who was booking at the time and didn't see the talent and value that Gunther has brought to the table. And finally, somebody was in there in a position of power that knew how to book him and has booked him immensely perfect. And it continued on in this matchup. And it also is set up possibly more matches considering the finish at the end of it. But at the same time, I mean, it was everything that we wanted going into that match. Absolutely everything. And you want to get more of it. Now we might get more of it considering the finish. So, I mean, and again, this was another excellent tournament. They were able to, and they were doing this at the same time, concurrently. They had 2 tournaments going on. People didn't get confused. People were enjoying themselves. They enjoyed the matches. They made it interesting. There were upsets around on the whole, from top to bottom. I mean, who would have pegged that Lyra Valkyria was going to be in the finals of the Queen tournament? And but I think everybody kind of figured with the King tournament, that it was going to be Gunther in there. But there was that outside chance that it might not have been Randy Orton. But I think everybody was ecstatic when it was Randy Orton. And we just hope now that maybe there's going to be more of it considering the finish.
So before I get into this, let me backtrack for a second because I do want to address this. I apologize. With Lyra Valkyria and Nia Jax, I forget who it was. We'll try to find it in the scroll. I don't know if we'll get that far back, but there was somebody who was very, very upset that Lyra beat Io Sky. After the event, or at least after that match, they turned around and said, "Okay, never mind. I'm sold on Lyra Valkyria now." So kudos to whoever wrote both of those articles on our Facebook page, The Pro Wrestling World, because I think Lyra had proved herself throughout the tournament. I was a little shocked that she beat Io Sky, but not to the point of being upset about it. They changed their mind, and truthfully, I'm glad they did, because I think that's the right move. Now, again, talking about Gunther and Randy Orton, I think we said this last week that we both felt that Randy was going to win anyways. I forget our picks for this PLE because it's been a minute, but I feel like we both probably picked Gunther to win regardless.
Yes.
And I think that's the right move. We only found out very, very much on our last show that was going to equal a main event shot, more so a title shot against their respective brands' champion. Yes. Yep. And we can talk about this a little bit when we talk about Raw this week, where that's now Gunther. And to be 100% realistic, regardless of whether or not that was the intention from the get-go, it truthfully does not matter. It is 100% the right move, and I said this before, to get Gunther in the main event scene. 100%. Because regardless of whether he wins or loses, and it depends who he's going to fight, we'll get to that on the Raw part. It depends who he's fighting. I think, however, that, yeah, I agree with you, he's probably going to win. And I don't hate it.
I don't hate it. It's just, the fact is that when Cody Rhodes is your undisputed WWE World Champion, and I'm not really sorry if I spoiled things, but again.
We already know anyways.
He's on the graphic, so you know.
Exactly.
But when you have Cody Rhodes as your world champion, as your top babyface on one program, you need an absolute brutalizer and a killer.
I lost you. Did you mute by accident? I hear you right now. Hold on. Yeah, no, I can't hear you, bro. All right.
Right. So you have Cody Rhodes on the you have Cody Rhodes on SmackDown, and he is your number one babyface, and he is your top world champion. Kind of need somebody to balance that out. And I'm not trying to knock Damian Priest. I am not trying to say anything I think negative towards him. I'm not trying to say anything negative towards Drew McIntyre, but I feel like that it's Gunther's time. He is someone also that is going to bring prestige to the World Heavyweight Championship, because we are still talking about a title that is relatively new. Seth Rollins did a hell of a job as that champion, as the inaugural world heavyweight champion. But Gunther winning that title will be able to bring even more prestige, as he's done with the Intercontinental Championship, and made it and resurrected that title into something now that's meaningful. Because you can argue the last 20 years it really wasn't that meaningful. And he was able to bring that back. And all you need to know is Bash Berlin is after SummerSlam. It's going to be quite obvious if there's... I mean, is there a guarantee that Drew McIntyre is going to win the title at Clash of the Castle?
You know, it's
CM
funny.
Punk fucking him over is, I think, the more likely scenario.
Yeah, it's tough, and one of the key factors here is they've already announced for Madison Square Garden after Clash at the Castle that it's going to be Jey Uso versus Damian Priest for the title,
right,
on a television show, which to me is crazy. And yeah, like, and this
that can change though.
That's
like,
what I was gonna say. The card can
that
change
quick. Yeah, exactly. There's always that card subject to change thing. But I just I don't know if you go into a stadium show like that and you have him lose again in that type of scenario, because he lost in the first one when everybody thought he should win. Because there was still a good portion of the public that really thought, at least in the community, that thought that he should have beat Roman there.
All right. So hear me out. Hear me out for a second.
Yeah.
Do you have Jey win at Madison Square Garden, then go to Bash in Berlin, and have him lose to Gunther as the face? Because we have to remember that at this point, Damian Priest, Drew McIntyre, and Gunther are all technically heel.
Yeah, that's the thing, because, but then you're playing hot potato, because then you transition from one transitional champion to another transitional champion, like within 2 weeks.
But then Gunther is not a transitional champion.
No, so he wouldn't be. He would be a stabilizer.
Exactly.
Because Damian, the way I look at it with Judgment Day, because Damian Priest is still in Judgment Day. So this shit that's going on with Dominic right now, eventually it's going to fall back on him. There's going to be some repercussions that's going to somehow fuck him up.
Oh, yeah.
And losing the title.
From my understanding is Rhea still week to week, month to month. So
right.
mean, who's to say that she's not get back soon enough to then, at that point, kind of start screwing with Judgment Day stuff?
So it's Damian Priest up against Dominic and Liv. It's Damian Priest up and Rhea Ripley up against like Dominic, Liv, and Balor, JD McDonough. I can see that happen, right? Him losing the title, but in the process of that, it makes him a baby face, and he's a top baby face. And then, he's just out there chasing.
Right.
McIntyre, I could see him losing. I could see him winning a Clash at the Castle, and then either losing to... But also I see Drew McIntyre facing CM Punk at SummerSlam, which would make sense.
Right.
But would CM Punk want to screw him over to take the title? Screw him over at Clash of the Castle in front of his countrymen to set that match up? Or because he can't challenge for the title. So there's so many different scenarios with this for where Gunther, who is he going to challenge? Who's going to be facing him? Because there's going to be, and folks, also another thing to take in consideration for all this, we have like 8 weeks until SummerSlam. Like, it is literally around the corner. And this is, and there's going to be like 2 PLEs before that, because you're going to have Clash of the Castle. Then there's Money in the Bank.
Yep.
So there's the Money in the Bank factor that you're going to have to realize too, because is it going to be Jey Uso that wins Money in the Bank? Is it going to be LA Knight? Who's going to win the women's side? Is it going to be Lyra Valkyria? There's all these like scenarios. So
it's just tippy time.
It literally, yeah, that's my guess. Literally at this point, it's like Tiffany Stratton, especially in a ladder match with her athleticism, it's going to be fantastic.
Yep.
But yeah, I see Tiffany Stratton winning the women's Money in the Bank, and then probably Jey Uso winning the men's makes complete sense to me. And
I mean, listen, I feel like it's tippy time, but for the men's, it's a lot harder. I'm going to say either Jey Uso, or I've been saying this for a couple of weeks now, ever since we started talking about it, LA Knight.
I still see him in the Logan Paul situation for like at SummerSlam.
I don't hate that, but at the same token, we keep going back to this whole thing about Cody's not going to be a Grand Slam champion. So who's to say that LA Knight doesn't put that on the line?
Here's my thought process, right? So let's say Logan Paul and LA Knight are in the Money in the Bank match, right? They cancel each other out. And Jey Uso is the one that takes it. So now, obviously, it sets up where LA Knight and, Logan Paul have to fight at SummerSlam for the U.S. title. And LA Knight beats him.
So, the only thing I'm going to say is this. Regardless of even that scenario, right, we don't know the other variables, and that's what makes it tough. But in terms of the most over talents that currently do not have a championship, it's those two. It's Jey Uso as LA Knight. And both, I would have to make the estimation, you're obviously agreeing with me, that both are going to be in this match.
Yes. I don't see why not. It's just...
Me either.
Unless you have a plan for, because Jay, I feel like it's his time. And I know that because we've talked about it with LA Knight, and I get it completely. I just feel like that because they've been planting the seeds for this LA Knight Logan Paul matchup for a while.
Absolutely.
And I just feel like it would make sense to give him the mid-card title right now, seeing how that goes, and then go from there. I don't know. I could be dead wrong, but I feel like that it just, to me, it makes the most sense in where they're going.
The one thing I'll add to that, just real quick before you go on, is if that Saudi crowd on SmackDown was any indication, LA Knight is still very much over.
Oh, yeah. No, without question. Without question. I felt bad that he was off the card for that show, but at the same time, I think it's just,
they got what talent and they could though. I'm gonna say that, but whether it's on SmackDown, on the pre-show, or on the PLE itself, they got in what talent they could, and I'll give them credit for that, because having both shows, whether it be SmackDown or the PLE, including that pre-show, they got in what they could. Even Tiffany Stratton, who's not booked, is there to make an appearance.
Not booked.
I'm not booked. I don't know why I have not made that a thing on this show yet. Anyways, yeah. My God, that is Stan.
I want you to, because I need that clip now.
I don't know why I have. I sent it to myself a couple weeks ago, and I just completely forgot to do anything with it. I'm not booked.
Not booked.
God damn, Dennis Stan.
It lives rent free in my head.
Why aren't you going to be there? I want you to be there.
I want you to be there, but I'm not involved.
But I'm not. Jesus, I got to do it. But yeah, with those two, it's just tough. Jey Uso's knocking on the door constantly, not able to make it through. LA Knight's kind of in the same boat, but they kind of dropped him in the card a little bit, which I think is dumb, considering how much he was over. But like I said before, if that Saudi crowd is any indication, he is still very much over in the crowd. And he should be in there.
It's unfortunate that you had to sacrifice him in his popularity, and you had to sacrifice him to Roman, because you had to.
But hold on. So credit where it's credit's due is he lasted more than just that, which a lot of people can't say.
But what I'm saying is that it's hard. What I'm saying, and I wasn't knocking on him. I was just saying.
Oh, I know.
It's very hard when you have a champion that is so successful and drawing so many ratings that you have to feed guys and feed him and feed him and feed him, because it hurts the other guy's drawing power. And it's not their fault. It's just the fact that this guy is getting us so much, we have to keep feeding him and feeding him. And it sacrifices guys' momentum. And I feel like that, and it's hard because, 12 months ago, is he still very over? Yes. 12 months ago, though, that guy was literally one of the hottest properties on in the company. I still feel like he is, but it's just, it's just sometimes the long-term plan, you got to stick with it. You got to stick with it. And sometimes, but that is a pivot they probably could have got away with if they decided, what, fuck it, we got to do this. But at the same time, I still think it's recoverable, because you go to the Saudi crowd, he's still very much over. He's still very much accepted, still very much popular. He's still selling a ton of merch. Christ, I got his figure coming to my house in the next week or so. So don't get me wrong.
The one thing I will say here, to interject just for a second.
Yeah.
The one thing I will say here, and we talked a little bit about this with Rhea, we talked about this with Okada, is that I feel like if they turn him heel, he'll still be universally loved and appreciated.
Yep.
And I don't hate that for a feud with Cody Rhodes. I don't hate that for a Money in the Bank cash-in on whoever the Raw champion will be whenever he decides to cash it in, obviously assuming he wins that. Or if he wins the Rumble and decides to go to Raw, I wouldn't hate that either. And I think that needs to be said, because at the end of the day, the guy is very much over. And I feel like if you expose him to a heel style of character, it's not going to hurt him.
No.
That's what you did when you brought him in and feuded with Bray Wyatt, God rest his soul, by the way. But that's what you did. And it didn't hurt him. When he lost to Bray Wyatt, he was one of the few that just did not hurt any kind of momentum that the guy had.
Not at all.
So, in that context, I think it would work. Do they need to do that? Probably not. But if they need to do it to give him a more main event style push, I think they could, and it wouldn't hurt him at all. But to come back to our actual discussion about King of the Ring, Gunther wins pretty proactively, I guess is the best way that I could say that, against Randy Orton. Great match all around, though. Orton selling his multiple injuries, I thought was a nice touch. I think that's an important touch as well, to call attention to the fact that he is playing with a lot of surgeries underneath him. And then we go to the main event, which, as I said in previous weeks, I would have liked a existing talent, as it were, to kind of be in the main event. They decided to go with somebody instead of Logan Paul's stature, which I don't think is the wrong move either, though.
No.
And Cody, just to summarize, obviously, Cody retains against Logan Paul. This match had a little bit of everything. It did. First of all, Cody exposing him on SmackDown as a liar, not for nothing, was not necessary, but still pretty funny. Ironically, he still gets the brass knuckles in the PLE. Cody hitting a vertebreaker of all moves. Did not see that coming out.
That's a sick move.
It is.
Dangerous as shit, but it looks sick.
It looks sick, but he nailed it. And it looked fucking safe. And we had the referee getting knocked around. We had the vertebreaker, as I mentioned. We had the figure four. A couple other moves in their repertoire that I think a lot of people did not expect. And I think, we'll talk about the OsCutter a little bit later, obviously, which is where Cody got the Cody Cutter from originally, was the OsCutter.
Right.
But we're starting to see this in Cody Rhodes matches, whether it be him or his opponent, are starting to hit different moves that we have not seen in a while.
I know.
And I am here for it.
Exactly.
Like, that vertebreaker, when he went for it, I was like, what the fuck is he trying to do right now? And then he hit it. But then he hit it, dude!
Wow, I know.
Even hitting the vertebreaker. When was the last time you saw a vertebreaker in WWE?
It's been a very long time.
Yes, it has.
The thing is that they, which I don't blame them, like outlawing the pile driver and stuff like that, because it's just, but you have, I think, enough talent now that I think knows how to, they're not reckless. They're not some people that,
some people
that like to, like the fucking Tiger Driver. That Tiger Driver drives me crazy with Will Ospreay. I love Will Ospreay. I think he's great. But that Tiger Driver it makes me cringe every time because it looks brutal and it looks unsafe. And everybody can sit there, no, it's not that unsafe. It looks fucking unsafe.
I mean, so does the vertebreaker. It looks
visually, but so does the vertebreaker. But not to the vertebreaker though. With Cody, I always feel like he's protecting. He's 100% protecting everybody he can. Like, with Will, sometimes I just look at that and I'm just like, oh, like I just feel like that, especially with what an idiot Danielson is sometimes to take that move too. It's like, really? Why?
Yeah. The one thing before you go on that I'll add is that the only move that I feel Cody is on is the power slam. He looks like he's about to nail the guy in the head. And I don't know if that's the way he's performing the move or when he's performing it in the matches, but that's one move that I feel Cody is like, that doesn't look good.
I've never liked his power slam. Like
it's because he's trying to pull a Randy Orton, which I get. I'm not gonna say he can't do it, but the way he's trying to snap it very quickly doesn't look great. It almost feels like he's gonna, it just feels like he's gonna drop the guy on his head, and that's, you know, for those that are listening that are like, well, you don't know shit. It's like, well, watch it a handful of times, whether it be this single match or watch his power slam in general. It almost looks like he's about to drop the guy on his head.
Cody, I think, should switch, honestly, to like the AA Spinebuster from that.
Yes. Yes.
And
if he did that, 100% it would look safer than his power slam.
Speaking of AA, there's room.
We'll get to that in the AW segment.
Yes.
Don't ruin that.
There's a rumor, though. We'll get to that later.
Yeah, we'll get to that later.
It involves Cody, so.
Ironically.
Yes.
I've heard that rumor for a while, actually.
But Logan Paul's Frog Splash, Jesus Christ, it is a thing of beauty. It's in the discussion for one of the best frog splashes of all time. Not gonna say it's better than Van Damme's, and Guerrero's was pretty goddamn great too. But he's in that discussion, like as far as like at least in the top 5 for who has the best frog splash, because god damn, like it really is a thing of beauty, like watching him do that and watching him also to be able to do a lot of things in the ring that I'm just like, I want to hate you, kid. I really do. Like, because I think you're obnoxious. At least your online presence, I thought you were obnoxious for years. But every time that you're in a big match situation, you knock it out of the goddamn park. It's like he's Shawn Michaels from the 90s, except in real life. Like, because it's just, I want to hate you, but I can't because you're so damn good. And, you know, he does it again. And I was talking to somebody today because I was talking to Billy, actually, because he was rather, he was just like, you know, Cody's reign, I feel like it's not there. And I'm like, okay, you got to, again, let this time, it's got to brew. There's got to be some type of time here because you got to build up heels. He really hasn't had a heel that I think to come in with, which is why the last 2 matches have kind of felt thrown together. And
well, 2 things there is first of all, they have been number 1.
Yes,
but also let's be realistic here. As pundits of the wrestling world, you and I both know that they're waiting for like Roman and The Rock to come back.
They're waiting for Roman and The Rock to come back, but also at the same time, I mean, you're looking at SummerSlam. SummerSlam is there. It's in the grasp now because we're entering the category of single-digit weeks. You know, it doesn't seem like it's and now because it's early in the month, it doesn't seem like it's like a thing that's so far away because Memorial Day is over. We're already going to be coming into June, and we're looking at like August 3rd, I think, is SummerSlam this year. So it's there. It's in our grasp. And the thought process and the main event match that they're going to set up for this, because we're talking about a stadium show here. So it's not going to be something that's going to be thrown together. There's obviously been some pre-planning and a story already kind of thought of that this is going to be our main event going into SummerSlam. And there's a reason Gunther's on Raw, because he's going to challenge the Raw champion. And I am sure they are going to have somebody that they believe is a major star that is going to be able to challenge Cody for the title. The question is who it's going to be. Is Roman going to come back? I don't think Roman and Cody are going to mix up again for a while, or depending on when Roman's coming back to begin with. But
I mean, it could be WrestleMania. We could be seeing a double WrestleMania main event with Cody facing The Rock on night 1 and facing Roman on night 2, or vice versa. We don't know.
Yeah, no, that's true.
But to your point, though, just real quick, let's just go through the next pay-per-views till we get to that point. So Clash of the Castle, or at the Castle, excuse me, in Scotland is June 15th, excuse me.
Yes.
Money in the Bank is July 6th. SummerSlam is August 3rd. Bash at Berlin, August 31st. Crown Jewel, November 2nd. Survivor Series, unconfirmed, but obviously it's going to be in November. And that would close out the year, at least for the WWE portion, not including NXT.
Right.
So, I mean, that's a good amount of pay-per-views that are pretty close together.
Yeah. And you don't have anything booked for October, it sounds like.
But who's to say that changes?
Yeah.
You know, like, again, like Survivor Series, just going back to that for a second, you have Crown Jewel on November 2nd, and then Survivor
so
Series.
Close together.
Exactly, and Survivor Series is in November. There's just no date yet.
What was it in September? Sorry.
September, nothing. Because Bash and Berlin is August 31st. So, again...
You're not going to have anything for like 2 months, maybe.
At that point, yeah. And who's to say, right? So, one of those, discussing it really quickly, that is typically on TV, at least on NXT, is Halloween Havoc.
That's true.
Who's to say that's not a pay-per-view this year?
Yeah.
You know, Great American Bash, same thing. That is typically on television at this point for NXT.
Right.
Who's to say that's not a PLE this year? The ones that I didn't discuss were those NXT ones, so I'll discuss those now. So it looks like Heat Wave on July 7th. That's going to be a PLE this year, not a television. Okay. And Battleground, which we'll discuss a little bit about later, is going to be a week from, I believe, Saturday on June 9th.
Okay.
So we have a cluster here of a bunch of PLEs and not a lot of time, basically, as you said earlier, 3 weeks apart. But then after Bash in Berlin, a little bit of a prolonged break. But again, who's to say that they don't turn around and say, hey, listen, let's make a PLE out of this, X event, whether it be Halloween Havoc, whether it be something completely new. And we don't have anything in December either, so who's to say that on December 31st we don't have day one again? We just don't know. This is what's confirmed right now. We just don't know.
Right.
Because if we look at this calendar now, and again, I'm just pulling this up randomly on, a Google search, so who's to say? But currently, it's a huge gap from Survivor Series to Royal Rumble.
Right.
We're talking probably two months, if not more,
I
or
think
less.
I'm also thinking their process because, you got to book farther out for Bash Berlin. You got to book farther out for Clash of the Castle because your international shows, and then on top of that, I believe both of them are going to be in stadiums, so you got to plan those out, and you can't just book those on like a 2 or 3 month whim. Where with the show, the PLEs in September and October, you can book those anytime between now and probably July if you wanted to.
Right.
And kind of figure out what you're going to do with that plan. So you're right in a sense that they could add 1 or 2. We don't know. Considering the fact also that the end of August for Bash at Berlin could count for their September pay-per-view. But for not having anything in October, and again, but also early November, you have a show. But I do think that they'll probably add at least another PLE because PLE with 2 months for not having a PLE for like 6 or 8 weeks is kind of not like them. Unless it's WrestleMania season.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. So Survivor Series is in November,
Right.
We can. So here's what it says on the website that I'm on. I'm not going to specify what that is, but it's saying that Survivor Series is unconfirmed but assumed for November 2024.
Yeah.
They could potentially hold that the first week or so, depending, in December. And then the next would be...
November.
No, the reason I'm saying that is because Crown Jewel is November 2nd. I apologize.
Right.
So in Survivor Series, they could put off till December. And then Royal Rumble is in January. The only issue with that is... So Crown Jewel is November 2nd. Bash in Berlin is August 31st. So then, to your point of what you're saying here, you have that plus SummerSlam both in August. You could hold September and then go into that first few days, last week of September, first week of November, and have Crown Jewel.
Right.
And then maybe you just push Survivor Series that month into December. Because let's be real, we've talked about this on previous episodes, previous shows, where, there's no clear-cut indication that WWE holds WrestleMania in the same month anymore. You're going to open up a lot of different venues by holding that off till, say, maybe May.
Well, too, I mean, they've already started that process concerning next year is going to be held on the 19th and 20th of April. And also, which to me, 20 or 30 years ago, I would have thought that this was unheard of booking a WrestleMania on Easter weekend. But times have changed. And I think that thought process it's not going to affect business at all. It just isn't.
It's not. 100% it's not.
The fact that you're going to one of the most heavily traveled cities on the planet for a 3-day weekend show, you're just going to make more people are going to spend more money.
Maybe 4.
They're going to, it's going to be 4 nights in a row, correct? Because you got Raw on Monday.
Yep.
So they're going to be there for 4 nights in a row. It's going to be in an electric city already. They haven't even announced a card yet, but we expect that The Rock's going to be performing either one or both nights. We don't know yet.
And Roman probably is going to be performing as well. We don't know verbatim whether or not those two talents will be performing, but you're 100% correct. The estimation is that one, if not both of them, will be performing at least one night.
So the box office draw that this is going to bring is going to be massive. It's going to be... the magnitude of it is just going to be massive. So, with all that being said, it's still a long road to get there. But to look at it from this perspective, we're at that halfway point. Like, the gap between WrestleMania and SummerSlam always feels forever. Yeah. But now it's in reach, and we still don't know who is going to be challenging Cody. We know it's going to be a big name. This is a stadium show. The question is who the big name is going to be. Is it going to be someone returning? Is it going to be somebody that's already in house? We don't know. And I think that that story is going to be great. What?
No, it's just that you can think of so many different talents that could challenge him, regardless of what we want to say on this show. But they've just built this Rock and Roman angle up that I think anything else is just a disservice.
Yeah.
And I know there are going to be people out there, and I wish I queued this up for this segment as well, but I didn't for reasons, obviously, that we discussed earlier. But you're idiots. I apologize. You just are. There's a certain window on guys like Cody, on guys like Roman, because they are talent that are not going to be there in the next 5 years.
Yes.
So you have
maybe Cody.
Okay.
Maybe Cody.
Okay, but to that point, here's the next comment, right? Guys like Randy Orton. That there but hold on. There, I mean, listen, maybe that might be true, but if you watched him in Saudi Arabia, that's not true. There are obvious storylines that you could build up with Cody Rhodes. Obviously, The Rock and Roman are a combined story, maybe separate stories, depending on how you want to look at it. And that's going to depend how they book Roman Reigns after. And by after, I mean at Survivor Series. Because if they don't book him for Survivor Series, that is completely stupid on their part.
Right.
For reasons that are obviously going on with the whole Bloodline story. You could potentially lump The Rock in that too. However, I think it's more important to lump him in at Survivor Series and then absolutely kill that.
Right.
However, the Randy Orton versus Cody Rhodes thing that we discussed here and there on this show, I feel it's just as important and needs to be done relatively soon. I think Cody, and Cody has discussed this, and we've said this on the show too, Cody has said he will go past 40 finally.
Right.
Because that was always his thing. I'm not going to go past 40. Cody has recognized I can go past 40.
Right.
Rightfully so. So that opens up Randy Orton. I'm going to say this out loud, and I can't believe I'm saying it, but if they ever want to give Ted DiBiase Jr. a job again,
fuck that.
I'm saying if they could do that too. They could potentially sign Dustin at some point, depending on his contract status with AEW.
His contract's supposedly up in the fall, so...
Correct. So there's a lot of avenues you can explore with Cody Rhodes. And I think it's incredibly important to say that. Because at the end of the day, we don't know. We just don't. But I feel like there's plenty of storylines and plenty of characters you could either turn or are heel currently that will sustain his title run.
We're going to get Cody CM Punk, too, if Punk stays healthy.
Oh, God, 100%.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, the other thing I will add to that is that we really have not seen Cody be heel in a long time.
No.
That's counting his AEW run. So...
I don't know if you're going to do that, though, at least in the next
But if
years.
you take the title off of him, there's always that possibility.
There is that possibility. But, you know, it also depends on how bad the fan backlash is, if there is any, because I don't think... Like, you don't hear it in the arenas. Like, you don't hear it in the arenas. You see it online. Which is... I think that's kind of... which I think that's a good thing, because... No one's really turning against him online at the arenas, but yeah, I see it online. But shit, I saw it online all the time. Like you shit on like because we're in those deep groups of those people that you know they hate everything. They're negative on most things. They hate every world champion in the last 30 years. So no matter who's got the strap, they're pissed off about it. So it's one of those things you just have to be smart about it and realize, hey, this guy was pissed off about this guy in 1994, so nothing's really changed.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I think you know for what we got out of the match at the PLE, I think it was more or less exactly what we expected, anyways. To be 100% honest, I don't think anybody expected Logan Paul to walk out with the title. I think even showing Cody weak is something that they didn't even need to do at that point. But to kind of create Logan Paul and building him up a little bit at some point, you know, he is the United States champion. I didn't hate it. I thought this was a good match and exactly the way it should have gone. Minus the brass knucks. I know that Logan Paul getting into it to a certain extent with Michael Cole was pre-planned to give Cody time to dive to the outside of the ring, but it made me laugh a little bit.
Right.
Corey tried to like save Michael Cole and be like, nah, focus on the match. Just was kind of funny to me. Any other thoughts on this match though before I move on?
I thought it was excellent. I thought it was really good. Met my expectations. Like I said earlier about Logan Paul, I want to hate the guy. I really do. But I can't because he's good. And I have to be fair and objective.
Yeah.
And I try not to be biased.
You try, but you don't have to.
I try not to be biased. Even when I'm talking AEW, people can't sit there and be like, he's just biased, because everybody could be like, oh, well, actually, no, he's being factual. So it's just, I try to do that. I try to be factual and try to be also fair and objective. And yeah, I want to hate Logan Paul, but in the wrestling realm, he's excellent. So.
Yeah. I mean, listen, even Cody gave him the props. And Cody said, he's like, no, I see you as a superstar, and I'm going to treat you as one. And unfortunately, that did not work out very well for Logan Paul. But I figure let's transition quickly to Raw, since we are now kind of in that now after this PLE of getting into Clash at the Castle. So we're not going to do like a full-on Raw review, just looking at time. I'll just kind of go through that a little bit here, and then we'll talk a little bit about it after. We'll talk a little bit about NXT as well, as Dan kind of mentioned. There's news there as well. I have one picture up on the slide for that. We'll talk about the other one after. But on Raw, Gunther opened, or should I say Ludwig Kaiser opened, to bring out the new King of the Ring, that is Gunther. Then Damian Priest came out, and then Drew McIntyre came out. There's build up there. Obviously, I have Drew on the slide. Drew is the number one contender for Clash at the Castle, coming in a few weeks against Damian Priest for the World Heavyweight title. As soon as that kind of ended, I guess I'll say, Braun Strowman, the monster of all monsters, came out, kind of had a stare down with a few members of the Judgment Day before his match with JD McDonough, who was running around all night to hide from Braun Strowman. Braun Strowman defeats JD McDonough. The next match, at least from what I was looking at. Go ahead.
Let me state this.
Go ahead.
JD McDonough is the most useless fucking talent on the entire roster in that company.
That's not true. He's actually useful at taking a beating.
Well, right, but I'm just saying, as far as no one in this world is ever going to pay money to see this guy. Like, they're just not. Like, he's never going to get past like a certain point. He's a weird looking dude. He doesn't do anything spectacular. He looks weird. He just doesn't. He wears the same gear as like everybody else. It's not like he looks different compared to everybody else. There's nothing like original. He just looks like everybody else. He talks like everybody else. He wrestles like everybody else. Like, there's nothing about him. Like, you just sit there and you look at him. You're just like, you're just taking up space. Go ahead. Sir.
No, I can't disagree. But at the same token, what I can say is that I think JD McDonough at some point is going to show us something. It's probably going to take a Judgment Day breakup to see that. But I think he's going to show us something. He is incredibly talented. Let's be real. Especially if you watch NXT, he is very talented.
Maybe at karaoke nights, but I don't see anything.
Well, we'll see that. Not the karaoke night, by the way. Braun Strowman defeats JD McDonough via pinfall. There was some extracurricular by Finn Balor and by Carlito, who's trying very hard to get into the Judgment Day.
And to be cool.
No, No, he does. No, see, Carlito does not have to try there. You should know that already. Being the wrestling historian that you are, you should know that already. So I'm just going in order of what I see on the website that I'm on. I'm not going to name it this time because it's ironically not Bleacher Report. Funny enough.
I was gonna say, I'm like, you're saying, are you mad at what's going on? Whatever.
No, it's not Bleacher Report. I'm mad that Bleacher Report did not have star ratings yet, but that's besides the point. Yeah, because I would have liked to talk about that when we talked about King and Queen of the Ring, but wasn't prepared yet. So the next match that I have, I think it's in order. So the one thing I'll say is I definitely fast forwarded through Raw, so I missed some of these, which I feel like might have been quick matches anyways. All right, so the next match after Braun Strowman defeating JD McDonough was Ricochet defeating Ilya Dragunov, however, by disqualification after a suspended Braun Breaker ran in from the crowd and delivered a spear onto Ricochet. And then, of course, Adam Pearce coming out and just berating the shit out of Braun Breaker.
Well, I mean, Ricochet could be on his way out of the company, so this could be their way of setting up him and Braun Breaker to have him kind of get broken and chased out of the company. Who knows? Because and you really don't want to sacrifice Dragunov to anybody. So, this is kind of the predicament you're in. But also with Braun, I think it's fantastic the way they're this is the same way that they kind of brought Brock in back in 2002. I had saw somebody post that online. But I could not agree with them more. I feel like that this is kind of what you have to do to kind of make Braun a legitimate threat and build him up. As they see a big future for him, so it makes all the sense in the world.
Completely. I don't know, man. I see it. Don't get me wrong. Braun Breaker is a phenomenal fucking talent. But for me, I don't know. It's a situation where, excuse me, it's hard to kind of figure out. Because I don't think Braun Breaker needs this. And what I mean is I don't think Braun Breaker needs to be interfering in anything. Braun Breaker is a phenomenal talent.
Right.
For anybody that has not watched NXT and watched his work there, I'm sorry. You're missing out. Braun Breaker has had phenomenal matches against many a talent. Many a talent that has actually been called up in Carmelo Hayes and Ilya Dragunov. And I don't think it's necessary.
Right.
I don't hate it. I just don't enjoy it. A lot of people have pissed me off. Actually, I'm not gonna lie. In comparing Braun Breaker to, of all people, Bill Goldberg. And I hate that comparison because Braun Breaker is infinitely more talented than Bill Goldberg. And I'm going to call him Bill Goldberg in consensus with Bret Hart.
Yeah, exactly.
But Dan already knew that,
my face, Bill Goldberg.
Yep.
I think it's just because I wanted to like Goldberg, right? I wanted to like Goldberg after his last couple of runs. And I wanted to be like, okay, he's changed. And then I think about him almost crippling The Undertaker. The situation with The Fiend in Saudi Arabia. His comments about Asuka. The fact that he still holds that streak that he had 25 fucking years ago to such a high regard. Bill, you never really beat anybody. You never really beat anybody. It's a work, Bill. Like, you never really won anything. You were handed it. Like, they made you Hulk Hogan. As many people as can say what they want about Hulk Hogan, everything negative in the world, Hulk Hogan made that guy a fucking megastar. And he did it clean, and he did it willingly. And everything in Goldberg's life and career, his car collection, his wife, his kid, his money in the bank, every single thing that he has, he owes because Hulk Hogan said, "I'll put him over at the Georgia Dome, brother." And that's the facts.
Yeah. I have nothing to add to this conversation at this point. I hated the comparison of Braun Breaker and Bill Goldberg. And I literally am calling him Bill Goldberg just in complete solidarity with Bret Hart. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, we can have a wrestling history conversation separately, but I hated it. Braun is a beast. He should be booked as a beast. I don't hate this. I just hate the fact that that match ended this way. For all intents and purposes, Ilya Dragunov and Ricochet was a phenomenal match at that point until Braun Breaker interfered in that match.
Right.
To your point, we talked about Ricochet. His contract is going to be up very shortly here. For all intents and purposes, he has stated, from what Dan told me earlier, that he is going to be leaving. We don't know if that's true at this time. We just know what was said. For those that don't know, Samantha Irving is his fiancée, so it would be a little bit weird without that kind of dynamic. She's, ever since the draft, has kind of followed him to whatever show he's been on and become the announcer there. I think Samantha Irving is the absolute bomb when it comes to ring announcing.
Yes, I agree.
So it would be a little bit weird to not see them on the same broadcast anymore, but we'll have to kind of see how that goes. To move on, again, I am just reading this from a website. I did not see this match. I will be 100% transparent. I watched on Hulu this week, and I fast forwarded, to absolute pandemonium to get these in. I missed this match as the Authors of Pain defeating the Creed brothers via pinfall with a water rush on Brutus Creed. Any thoughts there, considering I missed that match, apparently, because of Hulu?
Well, it's interesting because the AOP thing, I thought that they were going to kind of get, deep pushed a little bit. But also with the Creed brothers, I think they're working a program where they're going to be kind of taking some L's and then probably being put up with Chad Gable later. So I feel like that's kind of the natural progression of that story.
Yeah, I got the same sense on SmackDown, by the way, with DIY and the Street Profits. Got the exact same sense that
same vibe.
There's going to be I need to go through you to get to the tag titles.
Yeah. Same kind of vibe with this. Yep. And I think that, so I don't know. I don't know what to make. I think the Creed brothers are probably going to be set up for something bigger sooner rather than later. So,
yeah, and to that point, we could talk about the segment that Ivy Nile was not in that I was a little surprised at with Chad Gable and the Alpha Academy. I was a little shocked by that segment. I actually have part of it up where Chad Gable was trying to be that weird, definitive, what's the word? Disciplining father with the belt. It's a little awkward.
Yeah.
I was surprised that when she got involved, I'll say it that way. When Maxine Dupree got involved, that Ivy Nile did not come to her defense. So I would not be surprised if Creed Brothers get randomly ingratiated with the Alpha Academy angle that they're going for.
Yeah.
What were your thoughts on that angle? I was just weirded out by that whole angle, honestly.
I mean, it's just all it is kind of, I don't know. I think that type of, I think whipping of an opponent or anything like that, it's
not even his opponent. It's a stablemate.
It's just a stablemate, or like a stablemate / opponent. That is like the kendo stick is fine. Like when they do the kendo stick, because the whipping thing just, it brings you back to like a bygone era that we really don't kind of want to revisit.
No.
So I think the whipping thing is just something should be left in the past. It's obviously they're just trying to make it so Otis, when he finally snaps, it's just like the fans are just gonna fucking go crazy, kind of like when Sami Zayn turned against Roman. So that's what they're setting up for. I don't know how fast that's going to be now, because again, as we alluded to earlier, Chad Gable's contract is up next week. So is Chad Gable going to stay with WWE and continue his booking ascension to possibly becoming Intercontinental Champion? Or is he going to, with his stock being the way it is, switch over to the other company and try to make some money? And probably get lost in the shuffle real quick.
Probably.
Unless they make him world champion, which would be a TNA move, I feel like, but still.
That's the problem right now, because they have so many guys in their main event scene that this is the reason they have to have 55 titles in their program, because they have to try to somehow make everybody happy. So, I mean, and this is a business where you're not going to make everybody happy.
All right. So, having said that, let me skip down, obviously, since we're talking about this, to what preemptive move that this was, I guess I should say, in a match with Big Bronson Reed versus Otis, which had a tail of the tape comparing the two, because apparently both can bench 600 pounds, which, according to Dave Meltzer, is bullshit, by the way. And
what has Dave benched recently? Do we know?
Probably like 50 pounds. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. What has Dave benched in the last,
probably not much.
I love when he's sitting there. Oh, this is bullshit. It's just like, well, Dave, you're not a fucking athlete.
So I guess he said it because of a conversation whether he or somebody he knew had with Otis, who said 500.
Oh, so it's something that he. Oh,
I don't know if it's him or not, but yeah, that's what I read.
Go fuck your mother. Like that comment. Seriously, you got to sit there and be like ticky tacky. Oh, he said 500, not 600. Kiss my ass.
But
you probably haven't even listed. You probably haven't even listed over 300 pounds in your fucking life.
So from what I heard, this conversation had taken place previously. I don't know. So I'm not looking at it just when I say this conversation. I'll say that now. But from what I understand is the conversation took place, from what I remember, over a year ago. So who's to say? The one thing I will say here is this was a good match until Chad Gable, of all people, stopped Otis from doing the worm. In my opinion, that's what killed the match for me. Chad Gable stopping Otis twice, actually, from doing the worm.
That was the point where you were just like, I've had enough of this match. That was the point.
I'm not engaged with the Gable, heel character right now. I'm just not.
So
it's like anti-fun. Where Roman is having fun, Gable is not fun.
So okay, so like the Chad Gable thing.
Don't judge me.
I'm not judging you.
You are judging me. You're silently trying to judge me. Don't judge me.
What I'm asking you a question is this is what I'm asking. So if Chad Gable does not re-sign and he goes to AEW, you're not going to give a shit.
That's not what I fucking said, bitch. I still want Gable. Gable was incredibly talented. Let's be realistic. But I hate the fucking character right now. It's not engaging yet. It's very difficult for me to see Chad Gable just get increasingly frustrated to the point where he turns heel.
It is. It's because
he goes from feuding with Gunther over the Intercontinental title to then turning heel to go against the same title, but this time with the champion being a major face in Sami Zayn.
Beloved baby.
Beloved.
It's like, it's a beloved baby face when, it's just. And I love Chad Gable. I think he's a great talent too. I just. Here's the thing.
Can he be a heel? Yes. Am I sold on it yet, though? No. That's, I think, the clarification we need here.
I feel like he's a better comic relief heel than he is like a really super serious heel.
I agree.
That's what I feel like now.
I agree. That backstage segment, man, was way better than anything he did in the ring on Raw that night.
It's just, he's a super serious heel all of a sudden. It's just like, but come on, man. Like, you got to be able to, you got to be able at least to not just, because the problem that I feel like he's veering into the category of like that maniacal heel that, and I don't feel like he can pull it off. Because you're dealing with somebody that is, sorry to say this, because I think he's a tremendous talent, but he's a short guy. So it's like, you got to make him I think a heel that he's serious, but at the same time he's
comedic.
And
so the best relation I have, which is ironic in considering all things here, is Kurt Angle.
Yes, 100%.
He is that believable heel, but he's also comedic. And that's exactly what Kurt was. If we look at Kurt's segments / promos when he was facing Rey Mysterio, that's what Chad Gable needs to look at. You're a boy in a man's world.
And I love playing with boys. No,
wait a minute. That's not what I meant.
No.
Yeah.
Let me rephrase that.
I mean, listen, if Chad Gable can tap into that, he's believable heel at that point for me.
Yeah, it's just that he's not a serious guy in that end. Like, he just doesn't have that vibe to me, because you look at Kurt Angle and it's just like, Kurt Angle, it's like, he can fucking kill me.
With a broken frickin' neck.
Chad Gable, it's just like, okay, like, you're going to have all right, you're going to probably beat me, but you're going to have a hell of a time doing it.
Yeah.
And that's how the vibe I get from that. So it's like making you super serious. It's like, no, you got to do something to make it. It's just, I don't like the presentation either. That's long-windedly, that's what I agree with.
Yep. All right, so let's move on. Let's get back on track here. So, couple things that happened. We'll go through two things that I did not see. Again, we rewatched this, on Hulu, which did not want to cooperate with me. So one is Sheamus and Ludwig Kaiser brawling backstage after a Sheamus promo discussing his briefly slide line by Kaiser. Kaiser interrupted, the two brawled backstage, and then they were separated later by others. Another thing I missed, ironically enough, is Lyra Valkyria defeating Kairi Sane via pinfall. I say Sane for a reason, because I think it's just the way she's currently booked right now. With a crucifix pin, Valkyria countered the diving elbow with a kick to set up the pin. Apparently, Io smashed some stuff backstage after the loss. I believe, depending how we're judging this, again, because I'm basing this off of what I'm reading offline, Rey Mysterio defeating Carlito, which ironically was just before LWO was kind of beating the shit out of, which was really just him and Dragon Lee. Finn Balor came out trying to help, that failed. And then Damian Priest entered, took out Dragon Lee and Mysterio before staring down Balor and Carlito.
Setting up more tension.
Yeah, I mean, who knew, right? That Carlito would get into a fight with LWO, and then that Carlito would then be accepted, and then fighting LWO. I mean, the Judgment Day, obviously. Who knew?
I'm fine with it because I like Carlito, so it's like, all right, like he's got to be doing something instead of just like.
I think it's perfect.
Yeah, it kind of is.
You include Carlito in something. You set up potential Survivor Series matches now. I don't hate it.
And Mysterio was the heel in this situation because he should have just picked Carlito instead of just passing him over all the time. Like,
I mean, he should have made a triple threat match, but yeah.
Exactly. Like Rey Mysterio put himself in this predicament because he kept overlooking Carlito. And that's what cost him. So he has nobody else to blame for himself. And that's exactly why he was a terrible father, leading to Dominic Mysterio just turning on him as well. Like, so many mistakes by the Mysterio family. What a trash human being.
I love you, Dan. I love that take. That's a great take. All right, so that brings us to our main event, the cage match between Becky Lynch and Women's World Championship for the title, Liv Morgan.
Sad panda.
I mean, listen. So first of all, let's get this out of the way now. Becky Lynch's contract is up. Becky Lynch also missed time off because of the fact that Rhea got hurt. We all know that at this point. I think we've discussed that ad nauseum at this point. Dominic is trying to make things right after messing them up in Saudi Arabia. And I love... There's this one point where JD and Finn Balor run out, and Finn Balor is just like, "What are you doing?" As he runs out, and I don't know why, but it made me laugh. Like, what the hell are you doing? And JD McDonough, who has been effectively hiding from the monster of all monsters at this point, all night long.
Yes.
And he says it when he comes back to the quote-unquote clubhouse of the Judgment Day, running all night from Monster of All Monsters, Braun Strowman. And Braun Strowman comes out, and he's doing his railroad thing around the outside of the ring, knocks into Dominic, who knocks into Becky Lynch because it's a cage match, and just bashes her in the face. And Liv Morgan is able to win the match and retain her women's world title. And I have a couple of comments here that I watched during this match, and I watched throughout the week in terms of the replays, that kudos to Dominic and kudos to Becky for the timing that they seem to have to make that work. We don't see that enough about some of the superstars. The WWE superstars have impeccable timing.
Yes.
Time these things out at the exact right time to be where they need to be, to tell these stories, to make the matches meaningful. etc., etc. But Liv retains, and then as we have it on the slide right before that last picture that we'll talk about for the NXT portion here of the news, Liv walks up the ramp and just absolutely plants one on Dominic Mysterio.
Some guys have all the luck, you know.
That's on me.
Yeah, it's just wow. I mean, I am completely. But bravo as far as the storyteller is concerned, because now it's just like you're watching this and you're like, how are they going to pull this thing off? Like, how are they going to turn this? Because they've been planting the little seeds for weeks. And then you got Dom having to make explanations now. Like, Rhea's not saying anything. Like, she's hasn't come out on social media yet. But obviously, there's going to be a confrontation. I can't wait till that confrontation happens because the building is literally just going to blow off. Like the whole, it's just the ceiling is going to come down. Everybody is just going to be like, "Oh my god!" And Dominic is going to die, and so is Liv Morgan.
I love the way you say that. Dominic is going to die.
He is. He's going to die.
No, I agree.
But this match was bittersweet because there is that outside chance that this is it. That this is it for Becky Lynch. One of the greatest. You can make a solid argument that not only is she one of the greatest women wrestlers of all time, but she's one of the greatest wrestlers of all time. Especially the impact she has had on women's wrestling, and her star power and being able to. And do I expect her to be back? Yeah. Do I know when that's going to be? No. Do I know what company that's going to be for me? No. If you tell me now that she's going to finish her career out in WWE, I'd be very happy with that decision. But at the same time, when you're dealing with someone that he's willing to pay, and the outside chance of her going to AEW is always going to exist.
Yep.
Because she is going to have a lot of money thrown at her, like more money than anybody else I think in women's wrestling has ever gotten. She's going to get paid more than Mercedes, and but if she stays in WWE, if she stays with TKO, she'll get paid remarkably well. I think she'll be on par with anybody else she'll be probably the highest paid women's wrestler for the company. I don't know if she'll be the highest paid women's wrestler in general, but it also depends on what she wants to do with the rest of her career. And
it's tough to say about the most paid, especially given the next picture, but we'll get to that. I wouldn't disagree with it, though, if she does become the most paid.
No, I wouldn't disagree with it either. I would not, and this is another one of those situations where, and because you can sit there and you say that this person sold out, and if she gets an offer, because this is how much I think that AEW is going to offer Becky Lynch. They're going to offer between 12 and 15 million. It's going to be stupid. That is stupid money, but that's what I feel like that's going to be what they're going to have to get Becky. Is she worth that? Not for them. I don't think anybody's worth it for them. Because she's not going to be able to take the name with her. Like, that's a real big thing anyways, though, because her showing up there, it automatically gives them credibility.
I don't think she needs the name, though, because she's going to have,
she does either.
She's going to have Becky Quinn, and that's how the book went, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Exactly. And I think that will, and I think for her, going to AEW will be financially beneficial. I don't know if creatively she'll be fulfilled. I don't know. if you ask me today, I think she comes back to WWE. She's a WWE lifer. I think when Seth signed, that pretty much meant that, yeah, she's probably going to stay. But you're talking about someone that's going to offer her a lot of money.
But who's
like a
to
lot
say
of money.
that she doesn't take an offer for a 1-year deal before then going back? Who's to say?
Yeah, I mean, but also too that it also depends on what their media rights deal is going to look like, because
That's also true.
that's still up in the air. I
Yep.
mean, because I don't know how long he's going to be able to keep feeding this thing, because if they don't have a media rights deal done and it's not anything close to where he wants it to be, he's got to face the facts of, well, where are you going to go? So there's that. But we'll get to AEW momentarily. But
Well,
no, it
we'll
just
see about momentarily at this
yeah,
point.
exactly. But I think with Becky, it's it depends. It really depends on what she gets an offer from, which I think AEW, she's probably going to get a really good offer. So who knows?
Yeah, I've heard 10. I haven't heard 12. I've heard 10 and at least the baseline, up to 15. So it's about matching your upper end that you mentioned. It's tough, man. I feel like it's, I mentioned I feel like it's weird with Ricochet and Samantha Irving. I think it would be even weirder with Seth Rollins and Becky Lynch. But I don't think it's also out of the realm of possibility either. I do want to spend at least a little time, however, talking about NXT. I only have one picture talking about NXT. However, I think it's telling, and I want to talk about it at least a little bit. You and I have been discussing for weeks, I feel like at this point, a women's mid-card title.
Mm-hmm.
And now we finally have that
Yes.
on NXT. So
Yes.
we have the NXT Women's North American Championship. I cannot begin to tell you, and you're aware of this anyways, how important that actually is.
Yes.
We've been discussing this over and over for the past few weeks, whether it be on the show or off the show, that this is something that they 100% need. I'm going to say it first. I'll let you chime in. I don't know that they need it on NXT. However, if we look at Dominic Mysterio's tenure as North American Championship for the men's side of things, it makes the title important, defending it on those main shows.
Yes.
Being Raw and being SmackDown. So I don't hate it. I think it's weird to bring in somebody like Sexy Red to kind of go through this. However, adding in Tatum
20 million
Paxley,
Spotify plays a month. I mean,
I don't care, man. It's weird. It's still weird.
I know.
But bringing in Tatum Paxley, bringing in Mi Chen, Maya Yim, I think is the right move. Make that title important as quickly as you can. And having qualifiers, I don't hate it.
No, I don't either. I think it's a very smart decision by them. We've talked about it. I think it's also speaks of the depth that they have in NXT right now, especially for women.
That's why they brought Mia Yim, Mi Chen in.
Exactly. They need to be able to get more younger talent over for women, because their current kind of vacuum is almost sort of aging out. Becky's questionable because you don't know when you're going to get her back, if you're going to get her back.
Listen. I said this earlier about something completely different, but I'll say it here too. It's Tiffy time.
Yes.
If she's not going to go for a NXT or a Raw or SmackDown title, I'll say it that way, and instead you make her the NXT Women's North American Champion, no one's going to hate that.
No one. You're right.
Because she'll defend it on television. She'll defend it on Raw. She'll defend it on SmackDown. It's one of those open-ended titles that they can do it that way.
Right.
And there's, as you said, there's plenty of other talent regardless that can kind of go about this.
Yes.
So for the qualifier, Mia Chim or Mi Chen or Mia Yim or whatever the hell they're going to end up calling her these days, because God, who knows. She wins that match for the qualifier. The next match after that, we'll just kind of go through them very quickly here, is Ridge Holland versus Radley Osborne with Chase Hughes. Ridge Holland wins that match. I think NXT, after what happened with Big E, is where he belongs. I said what I said.
Unemployment line, in my opinion.
Yeah, there's that too. The OC versus Edris Anafe and Malik Blade with Brian Lee Reese. The OC wins that match. I was a little surprised by that. Gallus and Anderson really have not done much of anything. I mean, Mia Yim hasn't either since leaving SmackDown and leaving AJ Styles, but here we are.
Mm-hmm.
After the match, Nathan Frazier and Axiom attack them, clearing the ring. Frazier offers OC a tag title match at Battleground next week, so we'll see how that goes. Backstage, Lexis King tells Dante Chen his win against him was a fluke. Nobody really cares. Just saying. NXT Women's Championship. This was huge.
Massive.
So I have it up on the screen now for those that are not keeping score at home. She was in the Women's Royal Rumble this year. Jordynne Grace at NXT Battleground for the Women's NXT Championship will face Roxanne Perez,
the current TNA Knockouts champion.
This was huge.
Opening what many would say, well, some fucking idiot from Jacksonville would say, the Forbidden Door.
Well, somebody else would say, let's not get worrying.
Yeah, exactly. But no, this is not something that you would have expected on the previous administration. This is something that is it's completely unheard of. But at the same time, it also opens the door for it makes not only NXT have more buzz, it makes TNA have more buzz.
100%.
Which TNA, in my opinion, they're not in any position really to challenge you. Like they're a third or even like an eighth of the quarter or the ratings that NXT is. So their realm and their business structure, they're not coming after you. They're looking for any kind of exposure they can get, which is why they did this deal. Jordynne Grace is also going to make for 3 matches from NXT in the 6 figures, which she will promptly earn. And she is somebody that's been on my radar for many years.
Well, so to that point, let me just tack on this part. First of all, Jordynne Grace is a phenomenal talent.
Phenomenal.
If for those that did not watch it, Dan, you were there. This was our first episode. It was after this. You were at the Royal Rumble. You saw the reaction. You saw her in-ring ability firsthand, live. You know just as well as anybody how phenomenal she actually is. And in that regard, hold on, I apologize. Yeah. In that regard, you know WWE wanted to work with her again in the near future.
Badly. They see her as a top tier talent, which is exactly what she is. And I feel like that, and I think that the way that they noticed her probably years ago, just like I noticed her, because I saw her coming up, and I was just like, she is going to go and she's going to be a big star somewhere.
Yep.
And I thought because of she's married to Jonathan Gresham. Jonathan Gresham was the former Ring of Honor World Heavyweight Champion. So I immediately thought, especially when Ring of Honor with AEW, that merger thing happened, that Gresham and Jordan eventually would probably end up over in AEW, Ring of Honor. Gresham had a falling out with Tony Khan. He's kind of been going around the independents. I think he just debuted in TNA. And Jordan has just held it down with TNA, but now you're seeing the overtures openly being made because they bring her in for the Royal Rumble, and now all of a sudden in May, we're going to put her up against Roxanne Perez. So the question that I have is, does she win the title?
So,
and if she, that's
a great question.
My big question.
That's a great question. So before I answer from my end, right? Because I think it's important we do actually answer that question in terms of what you and I feel. Before I even answer that, however, as I said, I want to go back to the Royal Rumble for a second.
Yes.
This is not a one-off appearance.
No.
As first of all, we are seeing now that she is actively booked for WWE/NXT pay-per-view, or PLE. She was also booked at, as we said, Royal Rumble. She is not a one-off because she lasted, I don't have it in front of me, however, I will make the argument at least to say, well over 20 minutes.
Yeah, it might have been, it was pushing a half hour. It may have been over, it may have been close.
It was at
least
in that realm. Over 20 minutes. We can say that confidently, right?
Safely, yes.
So everybody saw that. And everybody is just like, holy shit. Jordan Grace is still in this fucking match.
Mm-hmm.
That's important. Because if we look at the year previously, I believe the year previously, it was, instead of Jordan Grace, it was former WWE superstar, the wife of Nick Aldis, Mickie James.
I believe that was 2 years previously. I think it was 2022.
Year or two.
Yes,
I don't remember exactly, but
yes, but you're right. No, you're right. And that was a make good from her release.
It was 100%. This, however, is not that.
Not a make good because Jordan Grace has never worked in that company before previously.
Correct. That was an important match for not only WWE, but for TNA as well, and for Jordan Grace as well. This is tacking on to that. I don't know the answer to your question. It's hard to give one. However, you and I have both stated, whether it be on the show or off the show and in conversations, Jordan Grace, one way or another, at some point, I'll say it that way, is WWE bound.
Well, it's not even.
It's not even a debate.
It's not a debate now. It's going to happen. This is the biggest. This is the most surreal courtship that this company has ever done for any talent in the history of in a very long time.
1,000,000%.
Because they are going out and paying a current world champion to another promotion in the six figures to perform on their show that is broadcasted on USA Network. And there's no gimmick behind it or nothing. they just want her, and they're just saying, we want you to come work for us. Here's what we're offering. So here's my opinion. And here's my thoughts. You're not sacrificing Roxana Perez by having her lose. It's not, I don't think it's because she's so young and she's so talented. So she can take this loss and still walk away and be happy with it. If Jordynne Grace wins, everybody wins. Jordynne Grace is immediately now propelled into the national spotlight overnight. And people are going to start to realize that she's more than just a one-off. And then she can take that championship to TNA. And TNA's ratings immediately are going to go up. And now, WWE is pretty much saying that, that, because that old expression, Vince used to say it, and I remember it used to, it rang true for a long time. Anything can happen in World Wrestling Entertainment. Well, he used to say World Wrestling Federation. But there was a long time that statement couldn't be said because everything was cookie cutter. If something big happened, it always involved like the same players. There was nothing really earth-shattering. CM Punk, when he came back last year, that was earth-shattering. This situation, again, is earth-shattering because this is telling the world, if you're good enough and you're on our radar, we'll do the extra mile. We'll do whatever we have to do to make you feel like that, to make you and produce you as the star that we know you can be. They know that Jordynne Grace is an absolute star. I've known it for years. I don't try to gloat I don't try to. Let's just say that. But when it comes to eyeing talent, I'm pretty spot on. I've had a very good track record, especially with women. I remember when I first saw Jade Cargill, I was just like...
Sorry.
If only that was in my personal life.
Yeah. Yeah, that's hence the coughing.
I love you, Stephanie. It's not a knock on you. It's just as far as talent is concerned, and I've always been able to tell, it works on the male side too, because I saw Ricky Starks before anybody else really knew him on the national scene. And then everybody was just like, wow, this Ricky Starks guy is really good. And I'm just like, mm-hmm. Like, there's always these instances where I've been able to kind of pinpoint and say, this guy's going to be a player. This guy or this girl is going to be a player. And it's always, and I've always felt like that about Jordynne Grace. And now all of a sudden, everybody's been talking about her because her performance of the Rumble, her performance, and now the fact that she is going to be performing on NXT, challenging for a championship as the TNA Knockouts champion.
On a PLE, no less.
Holy shit. Like, because now, and if you look at the ratings, because both, and here's the interesting part about the ratings this week. So AEW was in, I think it was like 782, 787 or something like that. And their demo was 0.25. Where NXT this week, I think, was at like 705, 707, around that area. So they were about 80,000 off. However, in the demo rating, they were at a 0.24. So they were just a smidgen point behind AEW. Yes, they're on 2 different nights, but they have closed the gap significantly. I think the numbers were that they were up 17% over this time last year. And that, of course, has been attributed to whatever the hell her name is, the rapper, but also the Jordan Grace thing.
Right.
And also what happened at the end of the program, which I'm sorry I cut you off to kind of go into this Jordan Grace debate.
You're good. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. So, continue.
No, that's truthfully it on the Jordan Grace, Roxanne Perez thing.
Yes.
The one thing that I think we should add here, and we talked about Jade Cargill earlier. One of the people that Jade trained with the most is Roxanne Perez.
Right.
That cannot be understated in this match at all.
Right.
Let's be a little bit more real for a second when we talk about Jordan Grace. Jordan Grace is used to a certain style, quote unquote, air quotes as it were. This, I'm gonna have to be honest, from my perspective, is preparing her for that style.
Right.
I have to say it. I think Jordan Grace, and you would echo this already, is a phenomenal fucking talent.
Yes.
Phenomenal. And this is going to show that too. Whether she wins or she loses, this helps NXT. This helps TNA. And as a whole, this helps WWE.
Here's
something. Can't wait for this. Go ahead. That was what
I can't wait for this. I'm sorry to cut you off.
But you're good. That was my last statement.
Because we always talked about who's going to be the one that can take down Rhea.
I think, truthfully, you have 2 people. I'll cut in right here. It's Jordan Grace. If you sign her, which at this point, let's be real, they're going to, exactly. The only other person I feel that could, just from a physical specimen standpoint, and WWE make this a triple threat match with Ivy Nile. Because then at that point, you have 3 female physical specimens that I feel would work very well together.
Ivy Nile would take some time. Yeah, that's the thing with Ivy.
That's true.
No,
I think they just have not showcased her in a position of power the way they should be. Go ahead.
Right. No, that's a fair point, but I think it's going to take time, I think, for the national... Like, when I say take time, it's the national audience.
I know exactly what you mean.
Like, it's
and truthfully, at that point,
right.
Put her in a elimination chamber.
Right. No, I agree. You can do it quickly, but at the same time, you need to do it at the right time. You need to do it at the right spot.
100%.
And I think with Jordan, you have somebody that's ready-made. Like, you could do that match in 3 months. And you can do that match in 3 months because you automatically put her on a pedestal, because now it's just, you're going to have a woman belt collector, like, going to different promotions and winning the championship. You're going to go in that direction, because that hasn't happened on the national stage, I don't think, ever. Like, where one person goes from one company to another and holds the championship, at least major. Happened. Of course, that's happened in our lifetime with, that just happened a couple of years ago with Kenny Omega.
That's what I was going to say. Not in the women, though.
Yeah, not in women. But this is the first time it would be for women, where with men, yes, it's happened in the last 5 years with Kenny.
Right.
But it's never, for women, this would be an absolute first.
I'm sighing for a reason, and I'm gonna wrap this in a bow right here. WWE, TNA, make it fucking happen.
I agree.
If there is any female talent that should be at that level, I can think of 2 names: Rhea Ripley or Jordynne Grace.
I agree.
And if it's going to be Jordynne Grace, WWE needs to sign her. And at WrestleMania 41, it should be Jordynne Grace versus Rhea Ripley.
I agree.
You heard it here first. That's the match we need at WrestleMania 41.
That's the facts, folks.
Anyway, I'm just going to kind of blow through the card. If you have anything, I think just interject at the end, regardless of who it's for.
I'll mention it. Yeah, I can jump in.
There's one more. Yeah, I know.
Yes.
So Lola Grace versus Ariana Grace. Lola Vice, excuse me, versus Ariana Grace. I'm like, jeez. Lola Vice wins that with it looks like a 305. Dante Chen versus Lexis King. Apparently Dante Chen Dante Chen wings. Try saying that 3 times fast, guys. Jeez. Dante Chen wins, but apparently Lexis King destroys him after the match. Backstage segment, Tony D'Angelo tells the family they handle the no-quarter catch crew by playing their game. Another NXT North American Women's Championship qualifier match, Ren Sinclair versus Kaylani Jordan. Dan, can you imagine who won that match?
I can't.
Could it be Kaylani Jordan?
Of course.
Of course, exactly. NXT champion next, Trick Williams and Javon Evans versus Sexy Red and Gallus. That's a weird match. Apparently, however, ironically enough, Trick Williams and Javon Evans win that match. Do you know what happened at the NXT? I don't remember what happened at the end.
No, I don't either.
Did somebody come out? I don't know. Somebody from All Elite Wrestling, or formerly from.
Was he an A? Yeah. Watch it.
Ironically, he comes out as All Ego, which
All Ego.
I thought was kind of telling compared to the promotion that he came from.
Yes, where it was All Elite. Ethan.
Is that what he's from?
All Ego, Ethan Page, formerly of Impact Wrestling at one point, where he really made that's where he made his bones, you would say. WWE was interested in signing him. He chose to go to AEW, where some would argue that everything that they put him in, he failed at.
No. Some would argue that he was given bullshit.
That's what my argument would be, is the fact that he was never treated properly. When he was used or not used, it was always in a poor fashion or not used at all, which is criminal. And the fact is that he came out on Tuesday. He got a great reaction. I feel like that he is going to be able now and he's hungry, because that's the thing about some talent, right? There are some guys that they're just there for the check. And if they get released, they're just like, it'll work itself out. And then there are guys that are hungry. To me, he's hungry. He's got something to prove. He's got some things that he needs to get out there to the public. He's got some things to show to people and stick it up people's ass for treating him the way that he was. And this is why, when you chase stars around and you need to sign all these top tier talent, a lot of the guys that are really, really good and really have a chance to get over, you leave them in catering, or you don't do anything with that's satisfying for them and satisfying for the audience. And this is one of those cases now, and it's also the same thing with Lexis King. You did the same thing with Brian Pillman Jr. And people can say what they want and say, well, it was him. He didn't get himself over. Okay. Well, how come they go
That's
for
bullshit.
How come these guys go to NXT and all of a sudden they're pushed at a higher level? Everybody knows who they are, and they're able not just to be great wrestlers, but they're also being able to put in great character work. Because if there's one thing that I have seen with NXT, and one thing that everybody I think has consistently seen, especially with even Dave Meltzer is credited on it, and so is Brian Alvarez, and some of the biggest people that have been extremely critical of the WWE in the past, they have said that as far as character development is concerned, and as far as the rate they have been doing, and as far as the how the quality of television show has gotten better over the last couple of years, it's been NXT. And now, All Ego Ethan Page has the opportunity to finally cross over and be able to be a top star in this industry, which he should be. And I believe it's also not going to be the first domino to fall, because if All Ego Ethan Page has signed and CM Punk is already there, I fully expect when his contract is up that Danhausen is going to WWE. It is going to happen because
he would fit the NXT mold so well.
He would just fit the company in general.
He would.
Because when you're tied in with Universal, with, Peacock, and when you're tied in with, you have now this ability to just say, look, we got this guy. We can have him host like bad Universal or bad projects and just have him be like a horror host or something of that nature. And he's also something you can put on most the treasure hunting show on A&E, where he's going around and he's trying to find like all these like holy grails and that type of stuff. He's somebody you can do that with.
So
he's got the talent.
Hold on. I apologize for cutting in here, but this is a funny reference. I want to get your take on this. Just thinking about it. Danhausen, Mystery Science Theater.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm thinking. That's exactly what I want. Other also than Pepsi-Hausen, a tag team.
Well, obviously, yeah.
Like that,
but I
that's
mean,
another one.
You're talking about putting him on these other shows, and that's the immediate first thing that I think of. Putting him, and whether it be CM Punk or anybody else, have these wrestlers, just review B movies, as it were, and it would be so perfect. Can you imagine him in the New Day?
Oh my God. And he's always critiqued The Undertaker too. Like, he's just been like, I've destroyed him. Like, no question. Him in a segment with Taker would just be hilarious. Because he'd be like,
oh my God.
Like, it just,
yep.
He is without question one of and the fact is that when he went to AEW, he was red hot. And
they knew what they had with him, which is ironic. And then he got hurt. And then once he got hurt, it was like, forget it.
Well, and then, too, he was also friends with certain people that certain people didn't want to be associated with, which I guess Ricky Starks has fallen into that category.
Few people, yeah.
Yeah, Danhausen's fallen into that category. I think probably All Ego Ethan Page has fallen into that category. So they all kind of left that company like a little bit disgruntled because of who they became friends with. So, yeah, but it's funny how All Ego Ethan Page, Danhausen's probably on his way out the door. They're not booking Ricky Starks, but Jack Perry still has a fucking job.
Yep. I don't know. But we're kind of at the end, ironically, like 3 hours later, at the WWE segment. Any other thoughts, though, that you have on NXT or any of the discussion that we've had on them since we started this conversation like 3 hours ago?
Not necessarily. I feel like we have exhausted all resources on this evening.
Yeah. We'll kind of blow through the AEW segment as much as we can, just given the time constraints that we find ourselves in, because I do want to do at least a little bit of the scroll.
Yes.
So, in addition to King and Queen of the Ring this weekend, we also had Double or Nothing. I'm going to kind of blow through the matches on the top left, and obviously on the right side, we have a little bit of what happened. We'll kind of get into that as we go. I'll try to make this a little bit quicker. So in the pre-show, we had Deonna Purrazzo defeating Thunder Rosa in about a little over 10 minutes. We also had a trios match with the Acclaimed against Cage of Agony, Brian Cage, Toa Leona, and Bishop Quan. I think that's how you say that. And a trios match in about 11 minutes. To open the show, at least from what Wikipedia is telling me, Will Ospreay defeats Roderick Strong for the AEW International Championship in about 18 minutes. Roderick Strong accompanied to the ring by Matt Taven and Mike Bennett.
Mm.
In the next match for the Trios World Championship, we had the Big Bang Gang, which is Jay White, Austin Gunn, and Colton Gunn, defeating Death Triangle, which is Pac, Penta El Zero Miedo, and Rey Fenix, with Alex Abrahantes. So I'm going to be 100% transparent. I did not watch these. That sounds like a great match on paper. Probably not performed from what I know of it. But the next match is for the AEW Women's World Championship. Timeless Toni Storm defeating Serena Deeb via pinfall in exactly 15 minutes. I don't know the build of this match, but this match sounds like it's booked 100% correctly by having Toni Storm retain against Serena Deeb. Next match is just a singles match. Orange Cassidy defeating Trent Beretta via pinfall. Match after that is Chris Jericho in a three-way FTW rules match. The Learning Tree defeats Hook and Shibata via pinfall. Anyway, moving on. Jon Moxley defeating Takeshita with Don Callis for the IWGP World Heavyweight Championship.
There's actually an eliminator match.
Yep. So if Takeshita won, he would have received a future match for the World Heavyweight Championship.
So he lost the non-title match that was supposed to set up for him to get a title match.
Yeah, exactly. So kind of a weird match. The next match, which we do have something prepared for, is Adam Copeland, the TNT Championship match. So this is a barbed wire steel cage match for the TNT Championship.
He's 50, by the way.
He is over 50, actually.
Oh, God.
Adam Copeland defeats Malachi Black by referee stoppage, apparently. If Copeland had lost, he would have bent the knee and joined House of Black. So let me play what we have prepared for that right now.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Brutal landing.
Yeah, I'm going to leave it there for a second, if you couldn't notice. Adam Copeland goes just completely vertical. Hits a very awkward elbow on Malachi Black. We would find out later in the week that he fractured, I believe, or broke his tibia.
Yes.
So it was announced on Wednesday on Dynamite that that title has been vacated. So there will be matches to determine a new TNT champion.
Yes.
I have it on the right that Gangrel also came out through the ring like legit came up through the ring and had a return for this match, which I felt was lacking in his last match against Sheamus in WWE. So I was glad to see it.
Yes.
I don't know how you felt about it, but I was glad to see it. I was okay with it.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. I had no problem with it.
All right, so we'll kind of move on. Let me get rid of that. The next match, again, just reading this from a random website, so if I'm wrong with the placement of matches, I apologize. Mercedes Moné defeating Willow Nightingale for the TBS Championship. Nightingale came out with Stokely Hathaway and Chris Statlander. I hated the finish, but I think everybody knew it was coming.
Yeah.
Let's be real. Next match is for the AEW World Championship. Swerve Strickland, retains, accompanied by Prince Nana, against Christian Cage, who is accompanied by Killswitch, Nick Wayne, and Mother Wayne. Because apparently we need both of them.
I'm not going to complain about Mother Wayne.
Yeah. No, not at all. I think everybody knew Swerve was going to retain this.
Of course.
We talked about this last week, I believe, if not weeks prior, that you're going to set up a match down the road, which we thought would be All In with Will Ospreay. I'm at that shot at this point.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a minute.
Yeah, we'll get to that when we talk about the rest of the week. But needless to say, that's happening prior. But again, Swerve Strickland retains against Christian Cage. I think everybody knew that was coming. And the main event was not the World Championship, but it was the Elite. Matt Jackson, Nick Jackson, Okada, and Jack Perry, Jungle Jim, against Team AEW, Bryan Danielson, Darby Allin, Cash Wheeler, and Dax Harwood. So I have something. I'm not very prepared.
Cool.
But here we go.
Fire, 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 fire.
Apparently, we needed a fire spot.
I think that was the only real kind of highlight of this matchup was seeing Jack Perry get set on fire.
I think that, yeah. 100% truthfully, honestly, reviewing this match, I caught the highlights of this, and I'm just like, okay, is that it?
Darby Allin got hit by a bus. We had him, and then the finishing sequence, of course, that he was involved with was him being tied up, like hung from like his ankles, like from the ceiling, and then them just super kicking him with Jordans that had tacks attached to them. And Jack Perry ended up getting the pin on Bryan Danielson to finish it, which again puts the cherry on top of this angle that really this is the guy they chose over CM Punk. And you wonder why this is the state they're in. And look, I said it earlier to Mac on this. We said it on the pre-show. I said, I almost feel bad for Tony and AEW now because every time they try to do something original and try to do something right, they realize that they're AEW and they're just going to fuck it up.
So hold on. We did talk about this. I'm going to also apologize, and I have something prepared for Wednesday.
Yeah.
Separate from this, but I'm going to apologize to Okada as well. Because you left New Japan for this.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Okada. Well, I'm not sorry, though, because you're getting paid bank. I'm sure you got I'm sure those Lamborghinis are a shoot. I'm sure you make enough money now where you're just I'm going to drive 4 of them. And for that, I appreciate you. But the fact is that you're in this faction where you're still the most over guy. The Bucks are split right down the middle. Everybody hates Jack Perry. Everybody hates Jack Perry. It's not even close. But everyone loves Okada. He's beloved. And after this Wednesday, he's even more beloved in my book.
All right. So I think that's the segue. Unless you have anything to add about any of the matches from Double or Nothing.
No, I don't.
Okay. So I think that's the perfect segue then. So we'll kind of blow through this as we did with Double or Nothing, because let's be real, Dan and I did not watch that. I think everybody got that vibe already. So this past week, AEW Dynamite was in the Kia Forum in LA, and maybe a lot going on, depending. We'll talk about a little bit of it.
Yeah.
Maybe. So the one thing I'll say is that there was a gauntlet match. That's the ending of it. But I think it's important when we talk about Swerve. Will Ospreay is now the #1 contender for the AEW Championship, so he will face Swerve. And I hate this casino shit with AEW. Casino gauntlet match. Casino #1 contender match. I mean, dude, it's just a match.
Right.
Whatever. Mercedes Moné fought Sky Blue.
Yes, that was her attacker from a few weeks ago.
Yes.
Which they decided not booking that as a pay-per-view match, which would be, if you're a proper booker, that would be the way it is. He blew it off for random TV. So
or if you realize how over Sky Blue is just in general.
Blue is over.
Yeah.
I mean, for many reasons, but she's over. And
Good cover.
And the fact is that they just blew it for a random TV episode instead of making that a pay-per-view match, because Mercedes apparently is wrestling somebody from another promotion, because we're at Forbidden Door. So that's where we're at with that. So,
well, hopefully it's Mayu so she can sing that stupid Spider-Man song again.
Mayu sucks. Mayu sucks.
Yep.
Shut the fuck up.
Yep. So Mercedes Moné has her celebration, then she beats Sky Blue to retain the TBS title. Kind of boring.
Stupidest fucking dance on the planet.
Yeah, this should not have been a match. That should have been on regular TV, but that's just me. Swerve Strickland, who retained the night prior, not the night prior, excuse me, should say retained on Sunday, faced Killswitch. He also retains here as well. Killswitch, for those that only sometimes follow AEW, is Luchasaurus. So, kind of blah. I don't think this was necessary.
Dinosaur from Boyna's Dinosaur.
Yeah, who apparently lost his boy. Chris Jericho, the Learning Tree, hosts inaugural edition of TV Time with the Learning Tree. Almost like, KO show, Waller Theory, just with a green ring instead of, black, but, whatever.
Because everybody hates you, Chris. Let's just give you more TV time.
Yeah, no comment. Hook comes out, Samoa Joe comes out, has whatever. I don't know what's going on here. Nobody seems to know. Whatever. I don't even know at this point. Like, I'm reading this and I'm just like, okay, I don't understand, but sure. Jon Moxley versus Rocky Romero for the IWGP World Heavyweight Championship Eliminator match. Jon Moxley wins this. I at this point, considering what happened on Sunday, what happened on Wednesday, I'm not understanding this apparently because Moxley is the champion. He seems to be beating everybody. So what?
Wouldn't it make sense to have your IWGP champion against your AEW World Champion on at the pay-per-view instead of just doing the blow-up between Ospreay and Strickland now? Like, wouldn't that make more sense?
So I'm going to go back to something I said earlier, and the context is more humorous, I feel like now. How dare you make sense?
I know.
Just how dare you?
It's because, look, I'm just trying to spring some logic onto this program, Tony. That's all.
How dare you try to do that?
Honk, honk.
No comment. The Don Callis family trying to recruit Orange Cassidy, seeming to fail miserably. Don't really know why this is a thing, but apparently it is.
I guess Trent Beretta joined.
He did, yeah.
Which, why the fuck would you want him to join, considering the fact that he's been nothing but a loser for years? For years. Like, he's just, like, anything with the best friends. Like, anything with the best friends. And I'm saying, and everybody's like, oh, little Chuck Taylor, he had to end his career due to injury. Oh, that's a sad thing. Look, like I said before, I've said it a million times, I think I said it a couple weeks ago on this program. The best friends action figures, they have just been sitting on shelves longer than anything like that I've ever seen in my life. I mean, I think they have outlasted most Twinkies, because everybody knows if you watch Twinkies never expires. Twinkies never expire, so. But you know, it's them and boxes of Twinkies that just sit there collecting dust.
Yep. So the next segment backstage is Stokely Hathaway and Chris Statlander. They make their way down to the ring apparently as well. Hathaway tells Cassidy there's nothing about him he likes. Tells Cassidy it's just like Willow Nightingale, and says the only reason he's out there is because of Statlander. Who then announces that the best friends accept Callis' offer into the family. Trent Beretta then appears in the ring, blindsiding Cassidy. He rains down right hands on Cassidy, then hugs Callis, signs the contract, hugs him once again. Callis fires off stomps on Cassidy, leaving the ring, and Beretta stomps on Cassidy. So this seems like a fucking shit show. When they head backstage, Renee is back there with Daddy Magic, Matt Menard, and Daniel Garcia. Garcia then warning Will Ospreay that he's coming for that International Championship. I have to read that very slowly because I want to say Intercontinental every time. That's when the Mercedes matches. Let me skip through that. Obviously, for those that don't know already, because this, again, we record this on Thursdays. Again, Dan's birthday. Happy birthday, Stephanie Vaquar. Music hits. Makes her way down to the ring. She holds up the NJPW Strong Women's Championship and stares down Mercedes, who holds up the TBS title. This did nothing for me.
Forbidden Door.
I don't. Yeah, and listen, I get that, but it did nothing for me. I don't know about you.
Here's the thing. This Forbidden Door pay-per-view, in my opinion, it's a waste of time. It's a waste of money because New Japan is not what it was 5 years ago. And the reason why New Japan is not what it was 5 years ago is because all the talent that Tony stripped from them.
Yeah.
And he's not only did he do it 5 years ago, he's done it in the last year because two of their top stars, Will Ospreay and Okada, came over. And also the top star for AEW right now. They're one of their highest paid guys and one of their like number one merch sellers and all that stuff. He's now the champion of New Japan Pro Wrestling. So that's how bad of shape they're in.
Right.
And so why do you need to do a combined show if your world champion is already somebody that's on your roster?
Yeah.
That makes no sense to me. And the fact is, too, is that you don't need to help New Japan. New Japan doesn't need to help you because the people that already watch New Japan here in the United States already watch your product anyways. You're not gaining anything by this.
How dare you make sense, Dan?
It was special 2 years ago. It was special last year because it was talent that was still over there. Because you got Will Ospreay working with other guys. You got Okada working with other guys. The problem is now is you have both guys.
Yeah.
Everybody that's great in New Japan in the last 5 years, you have. You don't need to scratch their back. They don't need to scratch your back because you've already strip mined them. You don't have to do this pay-per-view. You can continue on with the storylines. Except you haven't because you blew off the Sky Blue and the fucking Mercedes Moné thing on a random Wednesday show. The follow-up to your Double or Nothing show, which Double or Nothing is supposed to be in the category of a WrestleMania or a Survivor Series or SummerSlam. It's an annual big event. It was your first pay-per-view you ever did. Under the AEW umbrella, Double or Nothing 2019, that was your first one.
Yep. True.
And your show to follow that up right afterwards. Yeah.
I'm not going to take that bait, but we'll move on. So after Stephanie Vaquera's music hits, I'm going to pronounce it that name just for reasons. We go to the backstage area. Renee Paquette is with Chris Statlander and Stokely Hathaway again. They interrupt whatever Renee's about to do, talk shit about Will Nightingale. Statlander puts the women's locker room on notice. Nothing huge here. I think it's about time that Statlander stepped up anyways, given her stature in the locker room. I don't hate this. They go to break, after which they discuss more Double or Nothing, which I am purposely holding off on for reasons. After which, we hear from the Elite, and we hear quite possibly the best segment in AEW history, which I will play for you.
Shut up, bitches!
I love Okada now. If I didn't like him already, I love him now.
The greatest fucking wrestler, one of the greatest wrestlers of fucking live ever. And he just, like, one of the best sound bites. If AEW closes tomorrow, this is one of the greatest sound bites in the history of that company. Like
that is why this will now forever be on this show. I'm gonna bottom line that now. As long as I am running the board on this show will now contain that. I will play just as much as Boo Ran. I'll play just as much as Dan's What the F is that? I will play it just as much on this show. Because that is glorious to the point where I'm going to just play it again right now.
Shut up, bitches!
I love it how everybody just starts dying afterwards.
Dude, I said this earlier. It's like Rhea. It's like other wrestlers in WWE. Okada in AEW is so over, it doesn't matter what the guy does. He's just going to get cheered.
If you have that previous reputation where you're just like a god, it's very hard for people to boo you, and he's in that category. Like, it's impossible to boo him.
Shut up, bitches.
Exactly.
I love it.
If anybody talks negative about Okada, that is his number one response. You should go to every time. And God.
Yep.
I hope it becomes a thing. I hope it almost becomes like his "Hey yo," like where he's just
hey
like,
yo.
yeah.
Yep.
It's just,
Yeah.
I hope kind of that, but also I don't want him to kill it. But honestly, I just think him doing that every week would just it would pop me. I'll be quite honest.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. So I don't watch AEW regularly. For those that don't listen on a regular basis, I think
I think they understand.
pretty
that.
clarified. Yeah, just making sure I clarify that even further, right? But Dan had sent this to a chat that him and I are both in with somebody else that I guess I guess I should name drop him now. Yeah, why not?
Ooh, man.
And I just literally I cracked up when I heard that, to the point where I had to watch like the full segment, and I'm just like, man, Okada gets it. So the one thing about this segment that I will kind of elaborate a little bit further. So Christopher Daniels comes back. I say that for reasons if you haven't been watching AEW recently. Comes back as an interim EVP, basically the same title the Bucks, the Elite, whatever you want to call them, now hold. Basically, he announces directly that the TNT Championship, which has been vacated by Adam Copeland, FKA Edge, will not be just given to Jack Perry, which was the original intention. There will be a tournament for that, a series of qualifier matches, which will take place with all managers and associates banned from ringside. Says the winners of all matches will compete in a ladder match, with the championship on the line at Forbidden Door. I hate to say that this is a great move, but this is a great move.
No, it's a great move. No, it's a great move. It makes the most sense. If you handed it to Jack Perry, that would not have been a heel move. That would have just been like, we're really going to fucking piss off what little audience we have left.
Yeah.
Because he's still got go away heat.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we better do this the right way.
Yep. So the way it ended, and I mentioned this earlier, is that Will Ospreay is your number one contender for the AEW World Championship. There was a gauntlet match, which he became the winner of. Dan and I had talked about this in pre-show, that we're a little bit surprised they didn't wait for All In. There could be reasons for that, as we kind of alluded to earlier, but your thoughts?
The only way that you do this is Ospreay wins at All In. That's the only way I conceivably be doing this, but because he's from there, it just makes the absolute most sense. Him as world champion automatically going in, like, you don't book this match now. And I understand, like,
yeah,
and the problem with Tony is that because he knows everybody knows that it's going to be him, that this was his plan for All In. And everybody knows that. But now this is how Vince books it on times too, where he sacrifices something that he shouldn't, just so that way it's just like, well, see, that wasn't supposed to happen. I fooled you. No, you didn't. All you did was sacrifice somebody that you shouldn't. Because the way that I see this now is that Ospreay's losing. So you're going to sacrifice Ospreay and his momentum to have him lose to the world champion that supposedly is supposed to be, in the way that I felt like he has been treated, because he's never made it a main event of the show. He's never been the main event program at all. Like, he didn't main event the pay-per-view. Like all this shit that you've done that has kind of marginalized him. Since he's won the title, he hasn't been in the main event program. He's always been like before or something, or the middle of the show, or starting off, and it's annoying. And he's been treated like a transitional champion, but he's not going to be a transitional champion, or like, because again, the match with Moxley should be happening this pay-per-view. If you're going to do Ospreay and you're going to do Strickland, it should be at All In. But doing it now, all you're doing is that either he's going to lose and screw that up. So you're screwing up either one's momentum at a time where you really shouldn't be screwing up anybody's momentum. And that's the biggest problem I have right now.
I mean, it's hard to disagree. Yeah, it truthfully is. The thing for me is, and I think I mentioned this in pre-show, and we talked a little bit about it before we went live or started recording, whichever you want to call it here at this point, is that with Will Ospreay, he should lose. And I hate saying it that way, but there is that payoff. And you can say the same thing about Drew McIntyre at Clash at the Castle, right? Is there should be a payoff in their home country.
Right.
We had a payoff with Elimination Chamber and Rhea Ripley winning. We missed the payoff in the UK with Drew McIntyre winning last year, but now that it's in Scotland, who's to say that there's shouldn't be that payoff?
Right.
We could say the same thing about All In. And I can't understate that, because that hometown pop is very important. And Drew McIntyre referenced that in his promo on Raw. You know, he knows that there's going to be that much of a pop in Scotland versus Wales, despite still being a UK citizen, as it were, being in UK. It's even more important because the UK is made up of about 4 countries, for those that don't know geography. Just saying that. And having him win in Scotland. And I don't think that can be understated. For Will Ospreay, having a huge, basically a stadium match in the UK can't be understated either. And if they drop him in the card because of this, Tony, you're an idiot. I'm just gonna say it that way.
Here's the only scenario that works for me. Is he has to draw with Strickland. But also Tony has booked himself into a corner, because the only way Ospreay is going to be able to get a title match now, if he doesn't win here, is then he has to win the Owen Hart tournament. If he doesn't win there, because he's already announced that the winner of the Owen Hart tournament is going to be getting their world title shot at All In. That's going to make it very hard if Will Ospreay does not win that tournament, or is not world, because you've already sold 40,000 tickets. You're not going to get 80,000. It's not going to happen. It's not.
Okay.
And
so hold on a second. Before you go any further, let me backtrack to something you said earlier. And at this point, I am shot to the point where I can't remember if it was on the pre-show or live. But you mentioned that Ricochet's contract is coming up this weekend.
Correct. I think I might have, it might have been in the pre-show.
I don't even remember at this point. But, so let's ask the question now. Do you feel that for a show like All In, it should be Swerve versus Ospreay 2? Or should Ospreay win and defend against a guy, quote unquote, like Ricochet at All In? Your thoughts?
Ospreay needs to win the title at All In. That is the only conceivable solution.
Okay.
The only option in my mind, the only thing that I could think about it. It would be the one thing in my mind that I'd be dreaming about every night if I was the booker. I'd be like, Ospreay winning the title. That would be the only thing I would have cemented if I took over. Because here's the thing, right? I'm not the booker. Like, I'm not. I mean, I wish tomorrow I could wake up and just, I get a voicemail or something on my phone. I'm just like, you need to book Dynamite for next week. Okay. Like, because apparently he's just doing it on the fly anyway. So, whatever.
No comment. All right, so there's one thing we didn't talk about. So effectively, that was Dynamite. We should take it back to Double or Nothing, and I saved this segment for last, or this conversation for last, I should say, in the segment, to discuss not one, quote unquote, but two, quote unquote, and there's reasons why I'm quoting them. We had Adam Cole come out, and then we also had a very Triple H-esque return in terms of attire of MJF. This was at Double or Nothing.
Mm-hmm.
They then replayed the entire segment on Dynamite.
Mm-hmm.
Which is, again, really why I wanted to save it for last. Both, despite any storyline grievances, have been very important to AEW and its success in 2022 especially. I guess I have two questions. One is, how do you feel about this? And two, given the news, at least from what I have seen, that Adam Cole is not ready still and is not cleared for in-ring activity, given that knowledge, how do you feel about having both of them return at the same time?
Well, they needed to get MJF out there, and they also needed to kind of get a conclusion done with this for at least a while to kind of put a pause on it until Cole is cleared. Cole, by the way, when he signed his deal in September of 2021, he has only been healthy for a year of that 3 years. Between the concussion, he was out for a year, this ankle injury, which we're closing on 9 months of that injury taking place. And so it's been a really, which is terrible to think about just because of the fact you think about how hot he was when he came in. You know, he came off of NXT TV and all the tremendous title reign there with the Undisputed Era. The sky was the limit for Adam Cole, but for some reason, ever since he signed with AEW, he has been snake bitten. And they needed to be able to kind of put a pause on that, at least get him some type of revenge, because MJF just coming back and just addressing something and addressing it with Adam Cole not being there, that really doesn't help. He needed to come in and do like a quick, I'm going to beat him up a little bit and then chase him off TV for a bit, and then when he's ready, he can come back. I kind of figured that MJF was going to return at some point. It was announced this week that they were preparing for it, and then all of a sudden it's just like there was a part in the show. They really have to do something they need to think about when they're mentioning WWE now. It's like Vince McMahon is no longer running things. Don't bring him up. Just don't. Just don't. Like he's.
You know what?
No
I didn't
involved.
hate it in this context, though.
I didn't hate it in this context, but and I'm not just, and it's not some WWE guy just saying no. It's just he's not running things. It sounds like a dated reference. But to Mac's point, he's right in that I didn't hate it here, but it's still jarring when you hear it sometimes. You're just like, Jesus Christ.
So the way
He's
he
been
brought
gone
it up,
for a year.
though,
Like, you know,
the way he brought it up, though, him being MJF, I thought not only in the context and how he did it, but also for his character, I thought it worked.
no, I understand.
Ironically enough, however, though, he stressed Triple H was in the Attitude Era. So that was like, what?
that sprayed on little tattoo he has too. Like, come on.
Yeah.
That looked like it was airbrushed.
It really did. And it was funny because I saw a lot of it, especially today for some reason, because I'm researching all of it for slides and stuff like that, where it's like, whoa, MJF went heavy on the spray tan.
It's just, you'd think too that you would have him on your TV right afterwards. I thought that was a mistake that you didn't have him come out on Wednesday, but he already cut his promo on the pay-per-view, right? But the ratings really didn't. I mean, yeah, they didn't run up against the NBA.
It didn't reflect much, yeah.
It really didn't reflect much. It really didn't get to the extent of where I thought it would have, or I thought it should have. I'm not saying it's going to hit 1 million, but you think maybe 100 above 800K, but no, it didn't do that this time. So,
which is for what we got out of the pay-per-view was a little shocking.
Yeah,
like not to the point of like, oh my god, but at least a little bit. It's the night a couple of nights after the PLE pay-per-view, whatever you guys want to call it at this point, considering it's two different companies doing two different things. But I felt like it was like hit or miss.
right.
I felt the Mercedes match was a little bit unnecessary, which you could say your piece about that, but it just, for me, it didn't do anything. It didn't progress any stories, especially going into another pay-per-view, as it were. It didn't feel like it was a necessary show, where, and I hate comparing them at this point, how much they are different, but it's just like WWE want to watch the aftermath of the pay-per-views. We've talked about this before, whether it be the Raw after WrestleMania,
right?
A couple depending on the pay-per-view after, whether it be this one, King and Queen of the Ring, whether it be Backlash, etc. It doesn't have that same feeling, which, you could make the argument it shouldn't, but if you're trying to sell your product, maybe it should.
I don't understand their logic sometimes, because it's just like I've been doing this kind of, because I'm not doing this, but more or less analyzing wrestling for 30 plus years. And I feel like at 15 years old, I would be booking this company a lot better, because it just, there are so many times I just sit there and I'm shaking my head. I'm just like, how is this even possible? Yep. Like, how is this? How are you not seeing what I'm seeing, and like what everybody else is, and logic and things of that nature? And I'm trying not to harp on Tony too much, because I feel like that I'm not, because I feel like he's kind of been an enemy of the state now for a while. And it's not just the fans, it's the media, it's everybody. and everybody I think is just, he's just been dealing with so much. And I said it earlier to a friend. I said, with his kind of money, I would just go to a deserted island somewhere and just be done with this shit.
Well, you say that, but let's see. You got a couple contracts coming up, as we talked about earlier. You have Becky Lynch, you have Ricochet, you have a few others coming up, that Natalia also as well, that we'll have to see.
Mm-hmm.
We just don't know enough right now. But WWE has let those contracts come up very, very quickly, to the point where we're talking this month, if not June. Chad Gable's another one, yep. So we're talking June.
But
a day.
There were rumors that they're disappointed with their contract, with their latest offers from Warner Brothers.
That too. That plays a role for AEW as well. 100%.
They need that. They need that money to really be able to put them in a profitable position, because their talent budget is greatly approaching over 100 million.
Yep.
So they need something to kind of counteract that. But the problem is their attendance is down. Their pay-per-view numbers is still pretty good, but like everything else is down across the board.
I don't even think, and we talked about this in a different chat with, ironically enough, as well, that it's the same people buying the pay-per-views month over month. So
no growth.
Yep. And we've talked about that in the past. But to close out this segment before we move on, just real quick, I think we can just go back to Okada here and just say,
shut up, bitches.
So we're gonna do a very brief scrolling tonight. I already refreshed about 10 minutes ago, so we should be good. So let's just kick that right off. We're not going to stay too long on this, considering we are way past what we expected for this episode. But given all the stuff this weekend, I'm not too surprised.
Yes, given all the stuff, and then too, I had to, some little house cleaning.
Yeah, house cleaning is exactly the best term for that. So we'll just jump right into the scrolling. Excuse me.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for the Pro Wrestling World Talk Scroll.
All right, so let's see what we got. Let me scroll down a little bit here and get everything set up, because I have to blow this up considering the way it actually looks sometimes. And I think I went too far, but that's all right. I'll fix that. Move over. Dude, we are.
I feel like we're driving in Big Rick Trucking. Like it's just
technological differences. Yeah, something saying unavailable. So we're just gonna keep going off that.
Technological differences.
Yeah,
let's not get worrying.
Oh, dude, don't get worrying. Yeah, where are our posts?
Where are we?
Where are we right now?
I think it's God telling us it's just like go to bed.
Don't do that. Don't do that. How dare you? All right, there we go. I don't know why that did that, but sure. All right, so this one is 2 hours ago. So it's this one from Stone Cold. Oh no. Nikita Lyons recently stated she has 5 months left with her ACL recovery. Do you think she needs to consider retiring from wrestling? This is her second ACL. Her royal thickness is not going to need to retire.
Mm-mm.
I am just gonna say that now. Stone Cold. Oh no.
No. I mean, there's a lot of other things the company could do with her. I mean, it's just. There's things.
Yeah, just
plenty of them.
Yeah.
She could become valet. Yeah.
Yeah. No, she does not need to retire. Her royal I've made this name ever since I found out who she was. Her royal thickness does not need to retire.
No.
Shut your pie hole. And
No.
and let me see if I moved it over. Yes, I did.
Shut up, bitches.
As I said earlier, that's going to be part of the show moving forward. I'm just going to say that now. As long as I am running a board, that's part of the show. So this one is 3 hours ago from Mr. ES Guy. Ricky Stark's bidding war. Looks like it wasn't MJF that became the cause of the 2024 bidding war, but absolute Ricky Starks. Ricky recently revealed about his frustrations with WWE. Now Tony Khan has come praising him. Does this indicate that they have buried their hatchet? If so, what are Triple H's interests in Ricky Starks? I'll let you go ahead on that one.
Was he bashing AEW or was he bashing WWE?
I think it was bashing AEW.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I didn't realize that Okada was still there. I apologize.
My thought process on it is Ricky has a very good relationship with Cody Rhodes. Ricky
He
also
does.
has a very good relationship with CM Punk.
Yep.
I think that he's also more of a personality than he is like, I wouldn't say, I'm not knocking his wrestling ability, but I don't think it's like
He's a better mic talent than wrestling talent.
Yeah, he's better mic talent than wrestling talent.
Right.
A persona. So
Yep.
I think he would want to go to the persona company. I think him going to WWE is probably the more logical solution.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't know Triple H's interests. Just speaking specifically to the article by Mr. ES Guy, great article by the way.
Right.
Guess
They would
people
definitely
talking.
be interested. So
Yeah, I think they would be. I think it's a little bit difficult without knowing exactly his comments, and that's just because I don't follow too much of what AEW talent is talking about on social media, especially. Just saying. But I do think Triple H would have at least some interest in Ricky Starks. I don't think he needs to be great in the ring. There has been many a talent that have succeeded in the ring that did not have, I would say, what we'd say a requisite talent.
yes.
And that's not a negative. I always look to some of the more comedic talent. One of them being Santino.
Yes.
And he was able to succeed in a way that others with his level of talent in the ring probably would have failed, because he was able to entertain the crowd. That is just as important as the in-ring talent. I'm sorry, it just is. I know there's people that would probably disagree with that, but it's just the truth. So let's move on. I think this is a great article, actually, at least to generate conversation. So this one is a couple hours ago by Stone Cold Oh No. WWE signee Guliana has been discharged from the hospital following successful wrist surgery. Here's to a speedy recovery and cannot wait to see her make her debut.
Supposed to happen this summer, apparently.
It was. And
Yeah.
I don't know if this changes that timeline or not. However, if anybody has watched her outside of WWE, which you'd have to at that point, she's going to be worth it, man.
I know. You wonder if this is if the Jordan Grace thing is in response to her injury.
That's true. That's a good.
Yeah, because
that's a good point.
Heat Wave. The rumor was it was supposed to be Heat Wave where she was supposed to debut.
Yep.
And so all of a sudden this deal getting made, done at the last kind of minute. Maybe their thought process is that she's not going to be ready in time and they have to delay things. So they kind of wanted to do something that would kind of get the world talking.
Dude, so at that
yeah.
point, we talked about this earlier. You asked a great question earlier about if Jordan Grace won.
Yes.
Can you imagine her against Jordan Grace?
I know.
That would be huge.
It would be. It would be massive.
Wow. I didn't even think of that until we talked about this article. Stone Cold, oh no, I know we usually shit on you. But this is a great article to get people talking, and I can't, I just can't. It's great. Discharged from the hospital. All right, so what else we got? Oh, here we go. Oh, Top Heel. I don't think we've actually talked about you that much, buddy. So here we go. Chris Jericho's new gimmick in AEW isn't nearly as bad as people make it out to be. In fact, it's gaining traction. I know a lot of people hate Jericho in general, and if you hate him, you definitely hate this gimmick. I really disliked it at first. But it's his commitment to it that's making it great. Jericho is playing the delusional savior type heel really well as the weeks wear on. There are layers to his gimmick. Jericho right now is that one person we all know that is a monster behind closed doors, but acts totally normal in public. This is evidenced by Jericho losing his cool at times and abandoning his gimmick, like when he shoved Taz. What this ends up doing for Hook remains to be seen, and frankly, I don't know why anyone would want to train under a learning tree, in quotes, that is clearly delusional, but I'm here for it. I hate this fucking gimmick, I'm not gonna lie.
I've been fucking done with Jericho for years. For years.
Especially this year, saying.
Especially this year especially. Like, it's just, he's got go away heat. It's not just me, it's a lot of other people. It's not just Mac, it's a lot of other people as well. It's a growing fucking list. So
it's a glowing list of reasons why.
Yeah, it's just, and it's not all to do with wrestling. Sorry.
I'm sorry, we have to go to Okada for a second.
Hey. Shut up, bitches.
Okay. Alright, so we're going to do a few more, just looking at time constraints here, since we're already well over 4 hours. Apparently the ratings are in this week. This one by Stone Cold Oh No as well. NXT did a 703 with a 0.24 key demo rating. AEW Dynamite 787,000 with a 0.25 key demo rating. Cannot wait till the E-Drones move the goalpost. They won't reach 800k again. When last week it was, they won't reach 700k again.
I look, but you're not bringing up the fact that WWE with NXT has risen their rating and their demo as well, like where, and also how the ceiling for AEW is closing while the ceiling for WWE is going up. You're not mentioning that. You're not mentioning the fact that, like, because I've never sat here and said that they're not going to reach, like, they're going to go, though I said they were going to probably.
We said 1 million, though.
Yeah, they're not going to hit 1 million, but the dummy over here is just saying that, oh, you're going to move the goalpost now for 800K? No one's going to do that. It's just.
I'm a little bit different in my thought process here, but it's only for next week. Nobody knew Jordan Grace was coming out this week.
No.
Nobody knew that All Ego was coming out this week.
No.
Now people know.
Yes.
Now people will expect that this week. And the numbers this week, going into next week, whatever you want to call it, depending on when you guys are listening, might be very different.
It's a very distinct possibility that WWE NXT next week beats or comes real close to beating AEW. It's a very distinct possibility.
I think it's a safe bet.
And it's then what is the narrative going to be? Is it going to be, oh, they had to stack the show? No, they didn't. They got
Is
one
Jordan
guy
Grace and All Ego really stacking the show though?
It's not, because they're not using like main roster talent. They're using one guy that AEW didn't re-sign and didn't know how to use, and the other one being the women's champion of another organization that gets lesser ratings than yours.
Thank you.
So they really didn't stack the show.
You're making my point for me. Thank you.
Yes.
It's entirely possible that AEW comes in second next week compared to whatever NXT numbers will be. Is it possible that doesn't happen? 100%. Let's be realistic for a second.
And the NBA finals start next week, so there's no
That's
excuse
true, too.
anymore of the end of the NBA is up against us and all that stuff. So wah.
Yep. I just stumbled on this comment by the Prophet on this post, and wow, looks like NXT really should have advertised his appearance for Jordan Grace and Ethan Page? ? What a missed opportunity, and that's exactly what we're saying. Is it a missed opportunity? To a point, sure. However,
is it setting up for the future?
Exactly. Yeah. Is it building up for the next week before the pay-per-view or PLE? Excuse me. 100%.
Yeah.
So I figure we'll just do 3 more. Just looking at the time, so we'll start with this one. This one by Mr. ES Guy 8 hours ago. Despite ratings being down, Tony Khan seems to have confidence in AEW's worth. So did Tony Khan demand to make Warner Brothers balk? Nothing. From my understanding, and Dan will echo this, he's not really happy with what Warner Brothers had offered. At all.
If he was happy with anything, he would have signed something. And he hasn't signed anything.
Yeah.
And their exclusivity negotiations ends, I think, at sometime in July. But also Tony realizes, too, that he really doesn't have many options. He can't go to Netflix. He can't go to Fox. He can't go to Comcast. He can't go to Disney. The fucking first time that they're on Disney, John Moxley is in a match and he splits himself wide open. Yeah, that ain't gonna fucking work.
Well, look at the pay-per-view where they're lighting.
Yeah, it's just a lighting. They brought a flamethrower out last week. You got fucking Darby Allin falling through broken like a sheet of glass.
Yeah. And
getting hit by a van in one match. It's like, look, dude, you got too reckless. It's in more ways than one. And the fact is,
I gotta cut you off. I'm sorry. It's like that first initial few scenes in Back to the Future. I'm sorry, you're just too dang loud.
Yeah, it's just he has no options. Like he has to, and everybody's like, oh, they have the leverage against WB. No, they don't.
No, they don't.
Warner Brothers has the leverage, and the fact is too, and people need to realize this. Warner Brothers Discovery is going to be losing a lot of ad revenue and a lot of charges that they can make against the cable company now because they're losing the NBA package. That is massive. That is massive towards their bottom line. And the fact, too, that their boss, David Zaslav, his whole bonus is written on how much debt that he alleviates from that company because Warner Brothers Discovery is in the tune of $40 to $50 billion in debt.
Jeez.
So
I knew they were in debt, but I didn't know it was that much.
It was, yeah, that's what we're looking at. They're between $40 to $50 billion in debt. And
wow,
they're going to want to be able to get this stuff. And look, Tony, the longer this goes and the lower those ratings go, the lower your leverage is. And if you want, and the bottom line is that I know that if they offered you $125 million a year, I know that doesn't cut your payroll, but at the same time, you shouldn't have signed as many people as you did. That's your own fault.
I'm not gonna say that, but I'm gonna say for as much as he did.
Yes, like
I think that he should have signed these
for
people.
a shit ton of these people.
Exactly.
You overpaid a shit ton of it. Like, you have a payroll approaching an NFL franchise. Like, your payroll is larger than most. Their payroll is larger, I think, than most NHL payrolls. Because NHL payrolls are pretty much nothing.
True.
It's like between like 70 and 80 million.
Yep. Maybe.
Like, if that.
So the link to this article is Tony Khan's lavish TV deal demands revealed after disappointing offer from Warner Brothers Discovery. You guys can take a look at that article posted, obviously, in this article, but article within an article.
He wants, from what I read the article, plus it quoted Dave from the Observer.
Oh, well, of course.
Where of course, but he's not far off base, I'm sure, because he talks to Tony. But his thought process is that Tony wants a large. He wants an increase. He doesn't expect it to be large, but an increase nonetheless. But also, he wants pay-per-views on and video library on Max.
Well, Tony wants to control them, and that's not smart.
And I also think that Warner Brothers is probably going to want a piece of the action.
Well, that's why, yeah.
The only other suitor, and this is a long shot, for AEW is Paramount. That is the only other suitor I could see taking a chance on that. If
I don't know.
Yeah, that's the thing, because there's so many. It's not like it was before, where it was like there's 300 channels, because now the 300 channels are all owned by 5 companies.
Yeah.
So
I think it's
the problem.
The thing is, for Paramount, it might make sense to be a competitor against Peacock.
Yes.
Because it's CBS versus ABC at that point, for those uninitiated, or CBS, excuse me. And I don't think there's anything wrong with holding that. However, in a business sense, does it really make sense for CBS, being Peacock, to be that much of an alternative, as it were, to Peacock / WWE? And I have to say no, because of WWE's deal with Peacock and with Netflix. It's not just one or the other, it's both of them.
You just don't think there's enough demand on any side for them, it's just like
so hold on, to your point. Mm-hmm. Your point of saying that is, does it make sense from a market share perspective? What is AEW bringing to the table against WWE? I have an answer, but you could say it.
Nothing.
Exactly. So let's continue.
0.
Yeah, let's continue before we go down the rabbit hole there. The next one is something we were talking about earlier, and it is the expiring contracts in WWE. So as we discussed, for some of these, Becky Lynch is expiring this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Chad Gable is next week. Natalya is next weekend. Dijak, unconfirmed date, but sometime in early June. I don't know who is in charge of talent relation, but they are horrible at renewing contracts lately. They're waiting too close to their expiration by Stone Cold. Oh no.
I wouldn't say that. I
think the problem is people expect these deals to get done, and they're not getting done in what they quote-unquote feel is a timely fashion.
The thing about it is that talent have options now. And because of contract tampering and that type of stuff, they have to wait it out. And it's not like, yeah, I mean, yeah, you can talk to friends and see how much and that type of stuff. But
well, we all know how that worked for
it's just
Brock and Kurt Angle.
Yeah, it's just they wanted to try to. You got to talk to the owners sometimes to figure out, and plus you kind of going to gauge responses and things like that. Yeah. So I think that people are overreacting. And saying that this is bad business. It's just no. Like they have options on the table. They're going to listen to the other options and figure out like. Some people, it might not be about the money. Some of them might just want to be like, I want to be a top star somewhere. And they go somewhere else. Like, it happens. Like, it's
I mean, to your point, some people might be like, hey, I want a part-time deal.
Yeah.
Like, listen, like, not for nothing, but, like, Becky's circumstances are probably going to be, I want to work X amount of dates a year/month so I can be a mom.
Exactly.
And that can't be understated. Dijak, I think, is going to be a little bit hit or miss because he's still in NXT.
Right.
Natty's already past 40, so she might be like, I don't really care.
Right.
She might even take a Legends deal in WWE still at that point. She might not give a shit.
Right.
And Chad Gable was somebody that, as Dan mentioned earlier, that is already in current storylines. And those storylines might not be wholly affected one way or the other if he leaves or not.
No.
So I think it's one of those situations where we'll have to see. I think it's an interesting conversation, but I don't think it's something I would be like wholly like nervous about right this second. So I think we'll do like two more, just looking at not MJF and Miz, because I feel like that's been a conversation for God knows how long.
Yeah, it's been done to death, but I get it.
So I think this is a good one though. Triple H's recruitment struggles, a troubling trend. Who's this one by? Stone Cold. Oh no, man, you've been busy this week. So Triple H has struck out again. He couldn't convince MJF to join WWE. This follows a pattern of missed opportunities with top talent like Will Ospreay, Mercedes Moné, and Okada. It's baffling that WWE can't seem to land the biggest names in wrestling. Ospreay, one of the most over wrestlers today, chose AEW over WWE. Mercedes, a highly sought after female wrestler, opted for AEW. Okada, a global superstar, signed with AEW despite rumors of WWE interest, and now MJF, a rising star, has stayed with AEW. Triple H recruitment strategy seems outdated. He's struggling to connect with modern wrestlers who value creative freedom and competitive pay. AEW, on the other hand, has built a reputation of offering both. WWE's failure to adapt has led to talent drain, with top wrestlers choosing other promotions over them. The consequences are clear. WWE's roster is thinning, while AEW's and other promotions are thriving. It's time for WWE to rethink its approach and to find a new way to attract and retain top talent. Triple H's struggles in recruitment are a wake-up call. It's time for a change. Stone Cold, oh no. And there's our guy, Triple H.
Yeah.
I'm going to say...
First...
I'm just going to say real quick, bullshit, but go ahead.
First of all, the supposed rumor is that MJF re-signed in 2022, which that was before his contract was even up.
That is the rumor I heard as well.
So, how can he sign him in 2022 when he's still under contract? And he just signed an extension. So, that's a minute point. And then you're bringing up the Ospreay and the Okada and the Mercedes and WWE negotiated. But she probably already had the money offer and they refused to match it and said, "Good luck."
I mean, Mercedes wanted Charlotte Flair money. She is not going to get it back in WWE, given the fact that she has just walked out more than one time.
Should she have been paid 7 figures? Yes. But she shouldn't have been paid as much as Bayley, as much as a Charlotte Flair, as much as a Becky Lynch. She shouldn't have been, at least for the first contract. If she was on a good girl clause, cleaned herself up for a year or two, then you renegotiate. It's the same way that they did it with, that Bischoff did it with Luger in 95. He gave him less money, but he took the deal, and then after things worked out and everybody was happy with it, that's when he renegotiated.
Yep.
And the fact that these guys don't realize that, oh, why did Ospreay and Okada go there? Well, why? Because of the fact that they got outbid severely. It has nothing to do with a failure of anything. It's just the fact of that money talks in this industry. And he doesn't control the checkbook. That's TKO. And if it doesn't work, and it doesn't work for them, they're not going to do it. And yeah, I feel like that it's not a failure to WWE for recruiting. It's just the fact of that money talks in this industry.
Well, the thing for me is that they also mentioned Ospreay, and everybody knew that Ospreay was going to take money, number one, but also going to take a schedule that enabled him to stay in the UK. It's been well documented that that's his major reason for signing with AEW, is that he would not have to move to the United States.
Right.
So I feel like we've said it on this program, whether it be on the shoot or on the Pro Wrestling World Talks, where we've discussed that Will Ospreay was going to do what was best for Will Ospreay. He was going to make a deal that would enable him to not have his family go into this upheaval of moving to the States. And listen, if that's the decision he wants to make, I 1,000% respect him for it.
Yes.
That's the decision he wants to make. He was able to make that decision. Great for him. Does it suck for the WWE fans? 1,000,000% it does.
Yes.
But I also understand where he's coming from. And I don't hate the decision just outhandedly like that. I'm going to try to do something real quick for the last one. And of course, as I do it, it's like, hey, no, you're not going to do that. So that was the last one we just read. We'll try to find another one here. Let's see who this one is from. There's one that I really wanted to look at. And that one's obviously about Uncle Howdy again, so we're not going to kind of go through that one. We've discussed that one pretty openly. This one is about Becky Lynch's contract. I feel like we've talked about that one a lot as well. This one, I mean, we'd have to do two to really cover this one. This one is talking about Chris Jericho and the growing tree, the learning tree, whatever the fuck he's calling himself now. We're not going to go through that one. I feel like we've already discussed that.
Please, no.
Yeah. This one's about Mercedes. I feel like we've talked about that one enough, too.
Yes.
Mr. ES Guy, I feel like you've had a good run tonight. There was, I gotta say it, man, there was one by David that I really wish I had saved in preparation of tonight. He had a really great post about almost like the tribalism. This is the new cover photo for the Pro Wrestling World. MJF flexing his stuff out, so to speak. So, good to call that. Here it is. So this one, David is fighting with Bobby B, who kind of trashed pretty heavily Bryan Danielson. This isn't the one I was thinking of, but I do want to end it on a David post tonight. So, this is another great post by David. Bobby B, who's another poster on the pro wrestling world, is a trash man with trash opinions. just clear and straight to the point here, David. I like it. I get it. AEW isn't everyone's cup of tea. I've made my name off criticizing AEW. But my God, man, have some humanity. Have some reality. Let's recognize that AEW has some good points, too. Imagine acting like Bryan Danielson is a bad wrestler, which is essentially what Bobby B did.
Yeah.
What sort of strange drugs did his mother feed him as a baby? Not everyone turns into Eminem when there's mama's pills them up. No wrestling fan should want AEW to go out of business, even if that wrestling fan prefers WWE by a long shot. AEW existing makes WWE better, and that's a fact. I can tell you that now. Even Vince's last year was better than some of the stuff that happened before AEW appeared. Honestly, someone needs to check Bobby B into some therapy. Bobby B is basically this, but she is cool, unlike him. How do you feel about that? And this is the cool.
No, he's made. I mean, they're all excellent points. It's an excellent point in the sense of that. Yeah, he's right. The company, WWE was turning around even before Vince left. It's
Correct.
true.
Yep.
It was in the midst of a turnaround. It got a lot better when Vince left, but it was still trying to. It was gradually getting better. It just rapidly got better after Vince left.
So real quick, let's talk about that real quick. Just for a second.
Mm-hmm.
When Vince left, he gave us Sammy against Roman.
No.
Yes, that was him.
Yeah,
that was him. It's not how he finished it, but it is the start of it.
Yeah. Well, also, I think that I think Paul and Roman were booking that. Paul and Roman were booking that bloodline thing. I think Vince was just like the over.
Vince was the start of it, though.
Yeah, I agree.
But
you
have to because it's the truth.
Yeah, it's just it's just the fact that it's hard because you got to give Vince credit. Not much, but you have to give him some credit.
I know that groan, and that groan is exactly telling me that you don't want to give him credit, and rightfully so. Hold on, rightfully so.
Yeah,
but I get it. But to that point, he's not wrong in saying that Vince that last year was making a turnaround.
Yes,
you and I, and especially me, shit on the late 2010s. And rightfully so. Let's be realistic. But by, I would say, right around the end of the pandemic, so 2021, 2022, Vince had this, I almost want to call it a renaissance. And that was the start of that whole era leading up to the Triple H renaissance, I'll say.
Right. I mean, probably like from WrestleMania 38 on, because the Royal Rumble in 2022 was a fucking disaster.
Yeah, it was.
It was a disaster. And there were just things that were going on where I was just like, it was still a shit show, but at the same time, there were things that was just like, oh, well, some things are improving. But there would still be those moments where it was just like, well, you could definitely tell this is Vince booking. But, that became few and far between as time has gone on, especially the last couple of years, because it's just like things have just been a fucking breeze. So David's right. David's 100% right, where AEW has been a big, big reason on why the fixing of the company has begun. But also, too, I think it had the emergence of Nick Khan. Also has to be put out there. I think he's just been wonderful for the industry.
Well, to his point, I mean, listen, like, to his point, too, you know, AEW plays that role, too.
Yeah.
And, you know, I know there are times that we don't necessarily agree with what Tony is doing and how he's running his business, but without his business, there is a very heavy and severe lack of competition to the point where, and we talked about this with the 2010s, where Vince especially dialed it in.
Right.
And he was like, hey, this is what it is. This is the wrestling industry. And, you know, yes, there was that TNA Impact. Yes, there was New Japan Pro Wrestling. Yes, there were those other promotions, whether they be big or small, that we can't understate it. Were instrumental in playing the role that they played, let's be real. But in terms of a competition, it really wasn't enough. And despite AEW present day playing a very distant number 2, I think it was important to WWE as well to turn their fortunes around and to now be the player that they should have been in that 2010 period when they were doing some of these stadium shows. Now they're doing those same stadium shows, and drawing large crowds.
Right.
And that's huge. That can't be understated. But I think that is all we have in the tank for this evening.
Oh, God.
Considering how long we went. Oh. I knew this was going to be a long one, but I didn't know how long, apparently.
Well, you know what? It's just, you know, we're due for some of those sometimes, just to kind of...
I feel like, yeah, after the last couple of weeks,
I apologize to people for taking you on a long ride of emotion and things like that to start off with. And then I admit that tonight I probably got a lot more long-winded than I thought I would. So
I think we both did, for sure. Yeah. But you want to take us out, Holmes?
Yes. Thank you for listening here on YouTube on Diamond Podcast Productions, and also listening to Pro Wrestling World Talks on Spotify and Apple as well. Mac, do you want to plug your socials as well? I mean, everybody can catch us on, of course, The Shoot here on YouTube. It's like we have the channel, but it's more of an account to more of an email account, if anything. But Diamond Podcast Productions, you can catch The Shoot on that. But now you can also catch us on Spotify and on Apple with Pro Wrestling World Talks. Mac, anything else you want to finish up with?
No, so it's the channel is Diamond Podcasting Productions on YouTube. We also have Instagram, we have Facebook. I believe X. We also have Twitter X. Yep. I will try to do better about posting to those other platforms. I typically let Dan post to Facebook, and this past couple of weeks it's been a little bit of a blur, so kind of leaving it there. But I will try to post all our stuff to those other platforms as well. I also have The Pro Wrestling World on Facebook. They also have Instagram. They also have Twitter X as well, so you can catch us there as well. We are on YouTube, obviously. We're looking to grow the Diamond Podcasting Productions platform a little bit further, especially outside of wrestling, but more to come on that eventually. And obviously, since we are the official show currently on the Pro Wrestling World, the Pro Wrestling World Talks can also be found on, as Dan said, Spotify and Apple Podcasting, and we will take over the world eventually because we will be on other platforms. Yeah, we're getting there.
Yeah.
But yeah, beyond that, let's, for the length of this show, this actually was a great show. We had a lot of fun doing this. And catch us next time, probably sometime next week. We'll post another episode about something. We don't know yet. We haven't talked about it yet, but we'll be there eventually. Don't you worry.
All right. Have a great night, everybody. See you next week.
Shut up, bitches.